Now, where were we? We'll secure our home turf. We'll patrol Miyama tonight. It's been weird around here lately, so we should make sure our home turf is secure.
同感です。目に見えてわかるような異常はないでしょうが、丁寧に見回れば手がかりは得られるはずです。
Okay. Let's check out the nearby neighborhoods first. We head down the intersection and patrol the European-style houses, or neighborhoods. If we don't find anything, we can just move on to Shinto and look for clues there. After doing a circuit of the neighborhoods, we return to the intersection. There is nothing out of the ordinary in our area. All that's left is to search the hill on the European side, and we can go as far as Ryudo Temple if we want to expand our search area. Huh? A sudden chill runs up my spine. Saber, that's... Saber looks in the direction of Shinto. She must have better senses than me. Whatever I sensed is fading. But it was unmistakably a scream accompanied by a strong wave of magical energy. I knew it. It's the entire reason we're looking around outside. But why won't my brain work? I told myself I was ready to fight. Any hesitation disappeared the moment I risked my life. But now my body won't listen to my brain. It's too soon. I never expected that we hit the mark on the first day. So I can't move. I may be used to being attacked, but I'm not used to going on the attack. I'm such an idiot. Why did I get pinged by like 4 things? I kept saying I was ready to die, but never thought about killing anyone else.
悲鳴が止みました。感じ取れる気配も消えかけています。何が起きたかは分かりませんが、このままでは襲われた者は助からないでしょう。
Then it passes. My frozen brain and paralyzed limbs move again. The fear of watching someone die drives away. The fear of an imminent battle of life and death. I'm sorry, Saber. I break into a sprint and apologizing for my own spinelessness. I dash forward the source of my scream, and the battle is that left such an ominous magical energy. I'm not ready. My legs are shaking even as I run. That's the correct response. If I lack the will to fight, to want the Holy Grail for myself, then that fear will inevitably come for me. What the hell are you doing, you dumbass? That's right. If I have a reason to fight, then I should have embraced it first. If Shiro Emiya is facing these armed with wishes for the Holy Grail, then he needs to confront and erase this fear with this wish to stop fighting, or stop the fighting. I make a straight dash for the park without looking back. The leaking magical energy is huge and incredibly repulsive. It's like an oil spill in the middle of a clear stream. Even I can sense the power as dense as this. Saber halts. Her eyes grasp the situation faster than I can. What? I tremble. The feeling in my frenzied mind can only be described as revulsion and terror. It was like seeing a vampire out of folk tales. A black-clad woman has her mouth on the neck of an unconscious woman. Biting, sucking. Drops of fresh red blood fall from her lips. It was eating a person. I don't mean that it was chewing on their flesh. The woman in black was sucking on a person's entire being, her victim's mind and memories. The victim doesn't even twitch. It's as if the woman, getting life sucked out of her by the minute, has been turned into a living doll. I can't come up with any words. I'm not surprised that the vampire-like thing is a servant. There's an unmistakably human figure watching the woman in black from behind.
誰かと思えばエミヤじゃないか。すごいな。お前の間の悪さもここまで来ると長所だね。
Shinji, you. My head grinds to a halt. I can't figure out what's happening. I can't make a clear decision. What is he doing here? What's that book in his hand? How can he laugh when someone's dying? How is this absurd situation happening in front of me?
What? 何固まってるんだエミヤ。サーバントの気配を嗅ぎつけてやってきたんだろ。ならもっとちゃんとしろよ。一応さ、バカなお前にも分かりやすいように演出してやったんだぜ。
Shinji's familiar voice doesn't sound very familiar at all. It's strangely high-pitched. There's something utterly repugnant about it. Did you kill her? My hands ball into a fist. I don't even look at the servant in front of Shinji. My mind is frozen. Something far stronger than me, a servant. I should do everything in my power to flee from, is right in front of me, and it doesn't feel threatening at all. My rational mind has gone out the window.
はあ？殺したのかって。バカだねお前。サーバントの餌は人間だろ？なら結果は一つじゃないか。まあ。僕もどうかと思うけど仕方ないだろ。こいつらは生しか口に合わないってんだ。サーバントを維持するには魔力を与え続けるしかない。お前だって手頃な獲物を探してたんじゃないの？
The black-clad servant doesn't move. It's like a well-trained attack dog. One that won't act without orders. A doll that won't even move without orders from its master. But once that order calms down, it becomes a devil that will murder without hesitation. Back off. I stand in front of the attack dog and give my warning. There's no time. If I hurry, I might be able to save this woman.
はあ？どけって何さ？それ、もしかして僕に言ってるのかい？エミヤ。 お断りだね。食い残しが欲しいんなら手を出せよ。それはお前の使い魔だろ。
Shinji.
ほら、戦わせてみようぜ、エミヤ。僕はサーバント同士の戦いが見たくて人を呼んだんだ。お前だってマスターだろ。なのにブルブル震えてさ。そんなんじゃそこの女と変わらないじゃないか。
So you're not going to back off.
しつこいな。どかしたかったら力ずくでやれよ。もっとも震えてる分には構わないぜ。どのみちお前にはここで痛い目に遭ってもらうんだからね。
Shinji's eyes burn with animosity. As if taking that as a signal, the black-clad servant sinks to the ground and...
出ます。白は後ろに。
Saber steps forth to meet the ghastly attacker. The two shadows collide. In an instant, Saber is fully armed and intercepting the other servant with her invisible sword. Steel clashes against steel. Saber, with a firmly planted stance, faces down the bounding, whirling servant. She can't keep up with her opponent's speed, so she plants her feet and solidifies her guard. The enemy's long hair whips through the air, hounding her cautious prey.
なんだ、ただのデクノボーじゃないか。マスターが三流ならサーバントも三流だったな。
Like me, Shinji backs away from the fight, cackling all the while. I don't know why he became a master, but he doesn't seem to be a mage. Shinji isn't doing anything to support his servant, which means he might be someone who coincidentally became a master like me. After taking several dagger strikes, Saber's feet stop. Her face looks pained. It's tinged with something resembling irritation at the agile opponent harrying her.
いいよ。構わないから決めちゃえ、ライダー。 じいさんの言いつけは守ったんだ。エミヤのサーバントを始末するぐらい不可抗力さ。
The dark shadow gets faster. Ryder obeys her master's orders, accelerating and aiming to take Saber's head. But as she begins her strike, the shadow is cut down in the middle. The fight has been decided in an instant. Saber's sword finds Ryder's body, sending the servant streaking through the air. It's as magnificent as sending a sandbag flying with a bat. The batter in this case is Saber, while the sandbag is Ryder. The tension in the air changes. Shinji stares at the wounded Ryder in shock.
嘘だろ。
Astonished, I watch as Saber lowers her sword with a bored expression.
なんだよ。何やってんだよ、お前。
He's giving her an earful. Shinji runs over to Ryder and screams at her. She's sprawled on the ground, her belly cut open.
誰がやられていいなんて言ったんだ。信じられない。こんなの命令違反だ。この僕がマスターになってやったのに、エミヤのサーバントなんかにやられやがって。
Ryder does her best to rise out of the pool of blood, but she can't stand. She's taken a critical wound. Even if she's a servant, she won't survive long unless she gets treated soon.
このさっさと立って戦え、死人。どうせ生きてないんだ。傷なんてどうでもいいんだろう。もう何グズグズしてるんだよ、このクズ。恥かかせやがって。これじゃあ僕の方が弱いみたいじゃないか。
Shinji verbally abuses Ryder. Saber doesn't approve.
ライダーを攻める前に自身を攻めるがいい。いかに優れた英霊であろうと、主に恵まれなければ 進化を発揮できないのだからな。
バカ、早く立てって言ってるだろ。マスターを守るのがお前たちの役割なんだ。勝てないんなら体を張って食い止めろよな。
言っておくが、それも無駄だ。レイジを使ったところで貴様にライダーは直せない。死にかけのライダーをレイジで酷使したところで私を防ぐ盾にもなるまい。ここまでだ、ライダーのマスター。我が主の言葉に従い、聞きたくはないが降伏の意志を尋ねる。レイジを破棄し敗北を認めるか。
うるさい。化け物が偉そうに命令するな。立てライダー、お前の主人は僕だろ。犬のくせに主人の言いつけが聞けないってのか。
Sparks dance. Ryder writhes in pain as blue-white lightning wrecks her neck, or wrecks her body, punishing her for failing to comply with Shinji's command. What an awful cycle. Shinji's in no condition to fight anymore. Ryder's in no condition to fight anymore, but Shinji's command punishes her for being unable to stand up. Her wounds deepen, and Ryder draws closer to her death. Saber reaches for Shinji.
動けライダー。どうせ死ぬんならこいつを道連れにして消えやがれ。
Ryder reacts to Shinji's order. Her body begins to move, her death ever more certain. Then,
そこまでだ。どうやらお前では宝の持ち腐れだったようじゃな、シンジ。
a wizened voice interrupts the tension. Something roars into flame. The book Shinji was holding is on fire. He tries to smother it, but it's too late. The book burns to ash. In the same instant, Ryder disappears without a trace.
やれやれ、見込みはないと思っていたが、よもやこれほどとはな。孫可愛さで目をかけてやったが、これでは見切らざるを得ぬわ。
Where was he lurking all this time? Old man Zoken Mato seems to have suddenly crept out of the darkness.
おじいさま、今のはまさか。
わし以外に誰がおるのだ、バカ者。せっかくのサーバントを殺しかけおって、それでも我が血脈の後継者か。
なんで邪魔したんだよ。勝てばいいんだろ、勝てば。僕はマトウの後継ぎなんだ。こんな奴らに負けるなんて許されないって分かってたのに。
Shinji scrambles over the old man as if he's clinging to his feet. Now that he's lost Ryder and been cornered by us, he has no choice but to rely on the old man. And yet...
知れ者め、お前のような出来損ないに勝利など求めておらぬが、その身に求めたものはな、無力でありながらも挑む我らの誇りじゃ。にもかかわらずこの体たらく、マキリの名に泥を塗り寄って、全く親子ともども一門の面汚しような。
僕が親父と同じだと？
たわけ、それ以下じゃ。無能であったお主の父はさらに救いのない不良品を生みよった。それでも構わぬと一縷の望みを抱いておったが、それもここまで。血筋ばかりか、精神まで腐らせおって。マトウの血はお前で終わりだ。
The old man ignores Shinji and walks forward. Saber shifts slightly backward as if repulsed by him.
なるほど。これではライダーが敗れるのも道理。さぞ名のある英霊とお見受けした。これほどのサーバント、過去の戦いにおいても一人現れたかどうか。さて、となるとわしは死ななくてはなるまい。あのようなものでも血縁でな。この身に変えても命だけは救わねばならぬ。はは。まっこと肉親の情とは命という。
I'm surprised. Apparently he's trying to give Shinji a chance to escape. Is that why Zoken is going to face Saber and protect the cowering Shinji?
そら早々に立ち去れい。契約の書も燃え、マスターでなくなったのだ。ここを生き延びれば、こやつらもお主を襲うまい。父親同様、無意味な余生を送るがよい。
Shinji slinks away from Saber's gaze, all while glaring at the old man. Saber doesn't give chase. She's probably decided, for my sake, that Shinji isn't worth pursuing now that he's no longer a master. He crawls away from the battleground. Once he reaches the park exit, he takes one last look back and runs off into the night. I feel my stomach turn sour. There's a smell of rotten meat coming from somewhere.
みすみす見逃したか。なるほどなるほど。あのような小物、手にかけたところで剣が汚れるだけの話であったな。
Saber keeps still, squarely facing the old man. It feels like she's trying to block him from looking directly at me. Saber, back off. I know this old man. I want to talk to him.
いけません。この男は人間ではない。話すことなどなく、聞くこともないはずです。
I know that, but I have questions I need to ask him. Please, I'll be quick. I'll let you decide whether to fight him afterward. Saber backs up just slightly. She's given me a chance to speak to him, but she isn't going to let me pass. Thanks. So, how do you explain this?
さて、ただ説明しろとはぶしつけな男よ。質問は構わぬが、何を問うておるのかわからんのでは答えようがないぞ。
Talking about Shinji, why did he become a master? It sounds like you're the one who put him up to it.
何を尋ねるかと思えばそのようなこと。答えるまでもない。今お主が口にした通り、真珠をマスターに選んだのはわしだ。見ての通り、現役から引いて久しいのでな。戦えぬわしは孫にヒノキ部隊を譲ったというわけだ。
You gave her rights as a master? So that means...
お主と同じだ。エミヤの後継ぎよ。聖杯が現れると知り、わしではなく孫にサーバントと契約させたのだ。お主とて窓を極める血の末席。己では叶わぬ夢を弟子に託す心情は理解できよう。
So what? As a rule, only mages become masters. Is an old man saying that Shinji studied magecraft as a family tradition? Is the Matao family, are you a magical lineage?
知らなんだか。この土地には当社かとマト両家が根を張っておる。とはいえ、当に我が血族が廃れておる。この土地の権利は名実ともに当社かのもの。マトはかつての権利にすがって細々と生きているに過ぎんがの。
Then Tasaka knows you. That the Mataos are a family of mages.
当然であろう。我らと当社はかつての同胞じゃ。儀式が争いに変貌してからはたもとを分かったが、共に対岸を抱いた同士、聖杯戦争に絡まぬところでは交友は続いておった。おお、確かキャツから小娘に代替わりしたのであったな。ここ10年ばかり留守にしておったゆえ、キャツの弟子がどれほどの器かは見知らぬが。
He lets out a hearty chuckle. Zoka Matao laughs in amusement at whatever the Tasaka family must be feeling. You said that you're old friends with the Tasakas. Then does that mean the Mataos have been around since the first Holy Grail War?
もともとはマキリという。マトウと名を偽りこの国に根を下ろしたのだが、どうもそれが間違いだったようじゃ。この国の土は我らには合わぬ。この200年で血は薄れ、今ではあのような出来損ないが後継者という始末じゃよ。
Matao. It was just a conversion of their old name, Makiri. Then if Shinji belongs to a mage family, Sakura...
いや何、ただの言葉遊びじゃよ。正体を隠すためだが、名というものは軽視できんのでな。偽りの名といえど、神明に通じていなくてはならん。
I don't care about that. There's only one thing I need to know. Then Sakura. Is Sakura a master like Shinji?
これはいいなこと。さくらがマスターだと。そのようなことはありえまいに。どうやらお主の父親はまともな教育をしなかったようじゃな。
Inconceivable. Sakura doesn't have the talent to be a mage?
それ以前の問題じゃ。その魔術師の家系は一子相伝が基本。よほどの対価でなければ後継者以外に魔術を伝えることなどはありえぬよ。兄弟など最たるものだ。後継ぎは2人もいらん。魔頭の名が廃れていなければ養子にでも出したのだが、魔術回路がないのではもらい手などおるまい。
Then Sakura is...
神事がマスターである以上、答えは明白であろう。後継者に選ばれなかった片割れは、己の家が魔道であることも知らぬが。まあ、兄が使い物にならなければ妹とも思っておったが、すでに勝敗は決した。今さら何も知らぬ孫を聖杯戦争に駆り出すこともなかろうよ。
I feel a sense of relief in my chest. Thank God. I was surprised to hear that the Mataos are a mage family, but the problem is Shinji being a master. Still, I can rest easy knowing that Sakura won't be involved in any death matches. You said that you're done with this battle, so Shinji won't fight anymore. You're retired, and Sakura has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War.
だが真珠がどう出るかはわしにも保証はできんぞ。あれは魔術師というものに執念を抱いておる。身内の恥じゃが、魔党の血はこの国に根付いてから薄れていった。その最後の後継者があれじゃ。もはや魔党の子供には魔術回路などない。まったくだというのにどこで秘伝を紐解いたのか。あれは選ばれた人間などというおごりを持ちながら、同時に生まれつき劣っているという凶悪観念を持って育ちおった。放任がたたったのだろうが、少年というものはなかなかに強制できん。このような明確な敗北を受けても諦められんのでは手の施しようがない。
The old man's body shrinks. No, it just seems that way because he backed up without making a sound.
ともあれ、真珠は敗れた。こたびの戦いは早々に我らの敗退となったが、それでもこの老体を切るかね。セイバーのサーバントよ。
その言葉が真実ならば無益な戦いはしない。だがもし偽りなら次はない。それは貴殿の跡取りも同じこと。懲りずに我が主を狙うのならば、その時こそ容赦なく切り捨てよう。
しかと。
The old man disappears. I wonder what kind of trick he used to do that. Zoka melts back into the darkness, not unlike the way he first appeared before us. All he leaves behind is the smell of rotting flesh. I pick up the fallen woman, fighting down the sense of disgust in my chest. Let's go to the church, Saber. We can still make it. He'll know what to do.
承知しています。女性は私が。
Oh, right. Thanks, Saber. Saber takes the woman and starts running. The situation calls for haste. Saber can take care of this. She's stronger than me, even if she's smaller. I shouldn't let my pride get in the way.
先行します。離れずについてきてください。
Saber races through the night. I run as fast as I can, trying not to get left behind. It's the middle of the night, but the church is brightly lit. Saber hands the unconscious victim over to me in front of the church, and I take her inside. I call loudly for Kodamine, who comes out and takes one look at the victim and carries her to the back room. Apparently, the only room that's usable as a treatment room is Kodamine's own chambers. I sit on one of the pews. For now, I've done everything I can. It's up to Kodamine whether she'll pull through. I just have to trust him and wait for the outcome. Time passes. I know Saber's waiting for me outside, but I can't leave just yet. Besides, I want some time to think alone. The Matao family turned out to be a bloodline of mages. Shinji became a master with a servant under his command. Zoka and Matao let the family heir fight in the Holy Grail War, even though they've lost their power. The Ironsburns aren't the only faction with a fixation on the Holy Grail, Mikiri and Tasaka. In fact, people close to the Grail itself are bound to become masters. Even Saber is no exception. The Ironsburns sought the Grail for 1,000 years. I can't even begin to imagine that level of obsession. There are things that require the Holy Grail's power to be saved or healed. My old man defied the Grail and chose to destroy it instead. Can I see this through the end with the same conviction? Do I really have the right to fight in the same war as the Ironsburns and Mikiris, who have been chasing their goals for hundreds of years?
まさかな。負傷者を連れてこいとは言ったが、その日のうちに連れてくるとは思わなかったぞ。
Kodamine. I look up. Kodamine's expression isn't grim. That must mean the treatment went well. Kodamine, what happened to the woman?
持ち直しはした。あとは本人次第だ。ここに連れてくるのが半時ほど遅ければ、今頃は本職に戻らねばならなかったが。
I see. Sorry and thanks. I'm glad you were awake.
どうした？私に礼を言うとは熱でもあるのか？悩み事なら相談に乗るぞ。
I don't know. I've got plenty on my plate right now, and you're the one who keeps adding to it. I'm sick of hearing your long sermons.
なんだ、昼の話は迷惑だったか？後押ししてやったつもりなのだが、迷いを増やしただけとは、私も反省せねばならんな。
The priest seems rueful, but I can't tell how sincere he is. But I'm not going to let this awkward silence win. So, someone I know as a master. I murmur pitifully, unable to keep it to myself. The priest says nothing. He merely nods in acknowledgement.
当然倒したのだろうな、エミヤシロ。
I answer the short question with a nod of my own.
ならば悔いるな。人間には過去を変えることはできん。我々にできることは、常に自身の行いを是とすることだけだ。それでも罪を背負いたいのならば、これからの自身の行いに問うがいい。すでに起きた惨事をどう捉えるかは、お前次第だ。
The priest is right, again. The problem isn't that Shinji was a master, or that the Matao and Tasaka families are mages, or that the Einsburns are obsessed with the Holy Grail. What matters are the choices I make. I'm going home. Take care of her. I stand up and make to leave the chapel. Saber's waiting for me outside. Now that I know the woman will be all right, I have no reason to stay here.
待てエミヤシロ。一つ助言をしてやろう。
What now? I've already said no more lectures.
なに、すぐに済む。こんな夜更けに治療をしてやったのだ。治療代として話に付き合え。
Can't argue with that. I reluctantly turn back and stand in front of the priest.
昼に言い忘れたことだ。アインツベルンの望み、1000年の願いを叶えるために彼らは生き続けてきた。なるほど。口にしてみれば大事だ。気をされるのも当然だろう。
This is why I can't deal with this guy. I haven't even said anything yet, but he hits me right where I'm most uncertain. You're so annoying. Are you still going on about that?
そうではない。私はな、そう意識するほどのことでもないと言っているのだ。そう。特別視する必要などない。この戦いはよくある出来事に過ぎないのだよ。日々の営み、人々の幸福が結晶化したものが聖杯戦争だ。参加すること、殺し合うことに罪悪などない。あらゆる人間は自分だけの望みを持ち、それを果たすために奪い合う。人間の一生とはそれだけのものだ。大小はあれ、その思考性だけは共通する事項だろう。望みを叶えようとしない人間はいない。無論正義は別だ。人間は己が望みを叶えるために生き、その全てが目的に届かず終わるのだから。物事には順序がある。願いを叶えるためには相応の努力と蓄積が必要だ。そうして積み重ねる徒労を我々は人生と呼ぶ。聖杯とは単にその徒労をなくすだけのもの。人間の生き方をよりシンプルにしたものが聖杯戦争という殺し合いだ。つまり何も特別なことなどない。7人のマスターは己が人生をもって果たすべき長い過程を聖杯という近道で短縮しようとしているだけのこと。それ以外は何も変わらん。他者の願いを自己の願いで塗りつぶしていくのが人の営みだ。聖杯戦争もお前の人生も変わらない。お前はお前の望むまま 気負うことなく勝ち抜くがいい。
The priest's tone is pleasant. To him, there's no difference between a noble and mundane wishes. He doesn't judge the quality of anyone's desire. He's saying I should follow my heart and trample on everyone else's wishes. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not. But what I hear loud and clear is his serious declaration that even if a half-baked master like me can find meaning in this war, hell must have frozen over if you're worrying about me.
何しなくても良い話をしたからな。悩みを解きに来た者にさらなる迷いを与えては神父失格だ。
What a piece of work. If Tasaka heard that, she'd say he's always been a failure. I never asked for that. See you around, fake priest.
なあ、これに懲りなければまた来るがいい。
I snort, turn on my heel, and march out of the church. This time I really do leave, announcing it with loud and forceful footsteps. Saber's waiting for me outside the church. Come to think of it, my daytime visit went exactly like this too. Saber patiently waited for me in the frigid winter night. That might be how a master-servant dynamic is meant to be anyway, but she's still here for my sake. I hope I can repay her goodwill. She's going to be alright. It's all thanks to you, Saber.
礼には及びません。あの女性を助けようとしたのはシローです。私はあなたの方針に従っただけですから。
She gives me a surprisingly kind expression. That's not true. You saved her. I never would have made it in time. Plus, she let Zoka Matao get away just to help a victim. If we stopped the old man from leaving, there would have been another fight. The woman was in critical condition and it wouldn't have made it. Sarah must have had that in mind when she let Zokin go.
何ですか、シロー。その理由もなく頬が緩んでいるように見えますが。
Huh? Oh, there's a good reason. I'm glad you lived up to I'm glad you lived up to first impressions. Thank you, Saber. I'm happy you went along with my stupid orders.
何を言うのです。私は別にシローの指示が無茶だとは思ってなど。
Oh, really now? I seem to recall you calling me naive and soft, saying that I don't know what war is like. Saber, your face said that if you do your best to cooperate, but would change the plan if the situation called for it.
そんな顔はしていません。マスターの身に危険が迫った時は私の判断を優先すると言っただけではないですか。それをそうかなどとよく得たものですね、シローは。
Saber grunts in indignance. Her pouty face looks so similar yet different from the way she's been acting that I can't help but smile.
シロー、どうやらあなたには一度礼節とはどういうものか教え込まなければならないようですね。
Then you better teach me once you get a chance, but more importantly, we should end this war.
シロー。
Unlike you, I don't need the Holy Grail. I was thinking that we'd end the war and give the Grail to you if we survive. I wasn't confident that my half-hearted conviction made me good enough to be your partner, Saber.
そうですか。では、今はどうなのです。あなたは今夜、自分の意志での戦いを経験した。あなたの考えは変わりましたか？
Not at all. I still don't accept this Holy Grail war. But I'll fight until the end. I don't have a wish for the Holy Grail unlike the others. But my objective has always been to protect other people, to do what's right. That doesn't mean I think any less of the others. They all have their own reasons for fighting. Some have been after the Holy Grail for 500 years or even 1,000.
なるほど。確かに、それは筋が通っている。では、私も今一度誓いましょう。あなたが私の主としてふさわしい限り、この身はあなたの剣となる。シローがシローである限り、その期待を決して裏切ることはありません。
Yeah, I'll do my best, Saber. Her honest smile makes me feel a little awkward, so I look up at the sky. The starry winter sky reminds me of a frozen lake. It's so beautiful.
決して裏切ることはない。
I gaze up at the night sky, so far removed from the surface and from tonight's events. Under that same sky, she made a promise to me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I need to do everything I can to live up to the trust. To stay true to the person that she thinks I am. At the very least, I hope I can look back on this path one day without any regrets. Yes, I know. There's no empty save file, blah, 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 blah. Damn, we're already in day 5. That's kind of nuts. February 4th. Omen. Light pours in. Through my closed eyes, it announces the coming of morning. I roll over in bed, turning away from the light. I'm still sleepy. Judging by how cold it feels outside, it must be around 5:30 a.m. I went to bed late last night. By the time Saber and I returned from the church, I sent her off to sleep in the guest bedroom. It was already after 3 a.m. I don't think 2 hours of sleep is enough. Not to mention, I ran myself ragged yesterday. If I can at least get another 30 minutes of sleep, then... Huh? In my sleepy haze, I think I just saw something. It's right next to my futon. Next to me, in the other words, something's kneeling there, incredibly out of place. Somehow it reminds me of a person. It's staring so intensely it makes me nervous. Which means it's... Saber!
はい。何でしょうか、シロ。
What are you doing in my room? I even gave you a guest room to sleep in last night. I jolt up and start to get out of the futon, but I jump before my lower half leaves the covers. Guys, I have to deal with stuff this morning.
それなのですが、やはり問題があります。部屋には案内されましたが、あそこはシロの部屋から離れすぎています。あなたを身を守るには、常にそばに控えているのが適切です。
Now hold on, just get away from me. I need you to back up, alright? Please, damn it, Saber, if you won't, then I will. I start rolling away from her, still wrapped in my sheets like a spring roll. Saber watches me curiously. Darn it, doesn't she know I'm a healthy young teenager? I get nervous enough that she's close to me, but having her kneel next to me first thing in the morning is certain doom for my brain cells. It's an ambush guaranteed to wipe out the brave soldiers on my frontal lobe.
シロ、話の続きですが。
You want to stay in my room?
はい。万全を期すため、私たちは同室で休むべきです。この屋敷の結界は優秀ですが、あくまで警告を発するだけのもの。攻め込まれた場合、あなたを守る盾にはなりません。
Saber's correct, of course, but I wish she'd consider my mental fortitude. If she sleeps in the same room as me, then I might lose my sanity before I lose my life to an enemy. Besides, I can't stay with Saber 24/7, so maybe we can draw some boundaries. Oh, I forgot. I have to go to school today.
シロ、どうしました？突然顔を青くして。あなたがそのような顔をするときは、決まって良くない提案をすると把握していますが。
She's sharp. Saber eyes me suspiciously. Loyalty oath nowhere to be seen. Well, there's something I forgot to tell you. I take a seat opposite of her. Now, how can I convince her to let me go to school by myself? Her gaze is painfully unrelenting. While my knife rhythmically chops tofu, Saber is sitting in a dignified seiza posture. staring intently at my face. I'm going to go to school like I usually do. We haven't seen eye to eye since I suggested doing so. Saber's against it, of course. She says it's too dangerous to let her master go out alone. But I have my own life to worry about. Fujine will get suspicious if I miss class, and I'll never know what's happening outside if I stay cooped up at home. Besides, we might tip off the other masters if Saber goes outside. I think it's worth going out on my own to scout out the terrain. Masters aren't supposed to fight in public view, right? So it should be safe during the day. As long as I stay in places with a lot of people, they won't attack me. Saber disagreed, saying that it wasn't a guarantee of safety. To be honest, I lost my temper at how overprotective she was being, and stubbornly insisted on going to school. So that's where we are now. Saber's gaze is painful because she's angry at me. Lesson of the day. She knows how to hold a grudge, and she's pretty emotional about it too, so she can be a handful. I better be careful not to get into any shouting matches with her in the future. So hard-headed.
何か言いましたか、シロ?
Oh, I was just talking to myself. I said this tofu's really hard. And her hearing's too damn sharp. Definitely not the sort of person you want to have a cold war with. Oh, it's that time already. The doorbell rings and I hear the front door open. Sakura announces herself a second later. I lost 30 minutes arguing with Saber. Still, I'm mostly finished making breakfast. I thought about making sandwiches to make Saber happy, but she didn't look like she was in the best mood, so I won't. Japanese people eat rice. I resist the violence of her gaze by making her follow the old adage, when in Rome.
おはようございます、先輩。今朝はもうやっつけちゃったんですか?
Yeah, I just finished cleaning up. Morning, Sakura. Fujine said should be here soon, so help me set the table.
はい、それじゃあお手伝いしちゃいますね。
Sakura sets her bag down in the living room and greets Saber.
おはようございます、セイバーさん。昨日はよく眠れましたか? はい、慣れない部屋でしたが、この屋敷には慣れていましたので、問題はありません。
Oh, they're talking. They didn't yesterday, but Sakura seems to have accepted her.
お待たせしました。先輩、どこから仕上げるんですか?
One big plate and 4 small plates for the 4 of us. The salad's ready, so go ahead and dress it however you want.
はい。はあ、今朝のサラダはジャーマンポテトですか。朝から洋食風なんて凝ってますね、先輩。
As she expresses her surprise, Sakura scoops the large serving of potato salad onto a big plate and garnishes it. I'd like to object that the only Western thing about this meal is the salad, though. I'd like to further point out that this isn't a concession to Saber. I just felt like making potato salad.
なんかいい匂い。先輩、ちょっと味見いいですか?
Sure, but it's hot. And maybe a little sweet. Sakura uses a pair of long frying chopsticks to sample the potatoes I'm cooking.
本当に甘い。これ、玉ねぎの甘さじゃないですよね。
She licks her lips as she considers the recipe. Watching her, I'm surprised. I've seen Sakura taste test food plenty of times, but from this close, was she always so charming?
美味しいです、先輩。この味付け気に入っちゃいました。
She must be fond of it because she enthusiastically scoops potatoes onto the big plate. That's the usual Sakura. I'm relieved to feel my surprise draining away. Sakura.
はい、何ですか、先輩。
She's the same old Sakura. She's no different than she was yesterday. Shinji. I stopped just short of asking her what happened after he went home last night. If Shinji has a grudge against me for yesterday, then I doubt he would have let Sakura come over. Shinji may be a master belonging to a family of mages, but that has nothing to do with Sakura. She won't be pulled into this war. Still, I worry for her. If something happens and causes Shinji to dump on Sakura all the Matao family affairs, the Holy Grail War, and the fight between masters, then she'll definitely be involved. I have to prevent that, no matter what. Never mind.
それより先輩、今は兄さんに関わらないでください。兄さん、昨日の夜からおかしいんです。気が立っているようだから、先輩にもおかしなことを言ってしまうかもしれない。
I need to make sure Sakura doesn't know what happened. I know why Shinji's acting that way, of course. He went off the rails last night. He lost his status as a master, and his grandfather berated him. Considering Shinji's personality, he must be seriously pissed at me. Sakura doesn't know anything. She's ignorant of her brother's situation and her family's secrets. Then is it safe for her to keep living with Shinji? Shinji hasn't given up. I can't rule out the chance that he might do something awful to his sister.
先輩、ごめんなさい。朝から迷惑かけてしまっているみたいで。
Silly, don't say that. You aren't in any trouble. I'm the one causing you trouble for you. I should have foreseen the situation after fighting Shinji. I need to think, to come up with a way that Sakura can keep living her life. To find a way to let her keep smiling like she always has. Breakfast ends in a gloomy mood. I don't know why, but Fujine never showed up, and Sakura ate in silence the whole time. Saber's always been stoic, and I'm not exactly talkative either. We clean up a plate after breakfast, and Sakura leaves 40 minutes early for morning practice.
それじゃあ失礼しますね、先輩。
Sakura forces a smile and puts on her shoes. Yeah, don't be too hard on yourself at club. I know you've been pushing yourself because you haven't been feeling well. Just go through the motions and have tea in the back. If Mitsuzuri has a problem with it, just tell her it's a favor to me.
はい、それなら首相も喜びます。
The front door slides open with a clatter. Sakura bows, turns to leave, and runs smack into the door. Sakura? She holds her nose, moaning. Hey, are you okay? Is your nose bleeding?
はい、大丈夫です。聖杯に鼻血なんて見られたら死んじゃいます。
Sakura stands up unsteadily. Surely that accident happened because she wasn't paying attention, right? Are you sure you're feeling alright? You look more like you fainted rather than just running into the door. If you're feeling dizzy today, then...
おかしいな。そんなことないんですよ。今のは私の不注意で、恥ずかしいです。それじゃあ改めてお先に失礼しますね、先輩。藤村先生には今朝も先輩のご飯は美味しかったってお伝えします。
Sakura leaves without further incident, trying to downplay my worries. She does look full of energy. If she's tired, maybe it's mental rather than physical fatigue. There's still Shinji to deal with. I can't let things stay like this. I say that, but I don't have any clear solutions. I can't consult Saber about this, nor can I tell Sakura the truth. Fujine's completely out of course. Damn it. If only there was someone who goes to the same school as me and I could ask her advice, who would actually know what the Holy Grail War is. Huh. As if someone that convenient would just walk up to me at school. And there she was. Oh. I go up the stairs. I managed to get Saber to stay home while he went to school, though my head is still a little foggy.
エミヤ君？
That's me. Oh, there she is. Luckily, the one person I can ask about anything suddenly strolls right up to me.
そう。私のこと甘く見てるってこと。
Tasaka calls out to me, maybe because she has business with me too. What good luck. Why are there 3 options here? Like, he's going to be oblivious to this, which is the funny part, but, like, this should be where I go with things. I take shelter in my classroom. Consult her about Shinji. Tasaka's the only person I can ask about Shinji. No, the bigger problem is how Sakura was hurt this morning, but that makes it about Shinji too.
いいわ。そっちがその気ならここで決着をつけてあげる。サーバントを連れずに学校に来るなんて。
Sorry, I'm begging you, Tasaka. Give me your advice. I close in Tasaka until I've got her backed up against a wall. Given the subject matter, I can't let the students around us hear.
ちょっと何考えてるのよあんた。ここで決着つけるってのはあくまで例えで、まだ周りにみんながいるじゃない。
Please, you're the only one I can count on. I don't know how to stop her from getting sucked into the Holy Grail War. You know a lot of stuff, so can you think of a way to protect her? Tasaka stares at me for a moment, flabbergasted. Ah, sorry. You had such perfect timing, I lost my cool. Right, so Sakura's this first year I know, and I feel like she's going to get mixed up with the Holy Grail War. I want to do something about that, but I don't have any good ideas, and...
言い訳は結構。それより早くどいてくれない？ホームルーム始まっちゃうでしょ。
My bad, I didn't realize. I scrambled back from Tasaka. Belatedly, I come to my senses while my cheeks go beet red. What was I thinking, cornering her against a wall like that? I'm sorry, I know it's really pushing it, but hear me out,
相談事があるんでしょ？いいわ、聞いてあげる。
Huh? Really, Tasaka?
あのね、聞いてあげないと死にそうな顔して本当かはないでしょ。昼休みに屋上。話ならそこで聞くわ。
Tasaka turns on her heel and goes up the stairs. I stare after her in shock for a moment when...
バカ。急がないと遅刻するわよ。
She leaves me with those words in a vaguely pouting tone. I hurry to the classroom. There's still 3 minutes before homeroom starts, and Fujine isn't here yet. Shinji's desk is empty. It's going to be tough to face him after yesterday, but I was hoping to talk to him. If he's absent, though, there's nothing I can do about it. Going to the Matao house would just provoke him, so I need to think of another way that won't involve Sakura. Huh? There's another empty seat. Issei's. Oh, I never thought I'd see that guy miss class. I put my bag down at my desk and get ready for homeroom.
お待たせ。どう？今日は朝から新記録でしょ。
Fujine arrives before the bell, which is unusual for her. I thought maybe she overslept since she didn't come over for breakfast, but she's as chipper as ever. The bell announces the start of lunch break. I make a mad dash out of the classroom, buy a green paste bun and tea from the cafeteria on the ground floor, and take the nearest flight of stairs to the roof. I fight through the flood of students heading down to the first floor. My heart pounds in my chest. In first period, it was fine, but by second period, it was going up. Third period, it was like it was the sun. or I was like I was at a run, and now fourth, the tempo is absolutely frantic. Jesus Christ, that was a whole slew of like words thrown together in a mix mash of garble. This is where I admit that I'm nervous as all hell. I'm grateful to Sokka for giving me her time, but it feels like an afterthought right now. Thinking about it rationally, it's crazy that the Rin Tosaka is meeting up with me for lunch. She's the school idol, an impeccable star student, and well, the girl I've had a crush on ever since last year. I think my food is here. I'll be right back. Okay, not quite yet, but that's okay. Damn it. Calm down, you idiot. I try to steady my wild breathing as I run up the stairs. Anyway, this is big. Even if we're both masters now, Tosaka is still Tosaka, so I don't want to be late to our meetup. I am the one who suggested we meet. It'd be really lame if I wasn't ahead of her, confidently waiting. However, Tosaka!
遅かったわね、レミヤ君。
There are some walls that we plebeians can never overcome, no matter how hard we try.
話があるんでしょ。立ち話もなんだから座りましょう。
Tosaka moves into the shadow of the water tower without fighting or waiting for me. Right. Even if someone else comes up to the roof, they won't see us there, and it blocks the wind too.
じゃあ詳しい話を聞かせて。さくらっていう後輩がどうしたのか、昨日何があったのかを。
Right. It's a long story. Hope that's alright.
なるべく手短にね。昼休みそう長くないんだから。
Ugh. It isn't exactly spacious here, but I'm only getting more nervous sitting this close to her. Now's not the time for that, though. Tosaka's gone out of her way to be here, so I need to tell her about Sakura. I'll keep it simple then. Sakura Matao is a first year I've known for a while. Her big brother Shinji Matao and I go back a long way too. So to make a long story short, I fought Shinji last night and he was a master.
シンジがマスターだったって本当？
Yeah, as Grandpa Zoken told me. So I'm sure of that. He said that the Matao family has always been mages. Did you know that, Tosaka?
当然でしょう。私が知らなかったこの町の魔術師はあなただけよ。けど、それは絶対にないって思ってた。だってシンジは
Isn't a mage. He lacks even the bare minimum magic circuits to be a spellcaster. Zoken said that too. But that only means he can't be a mage. I think the conditions to be a master are different. I'm not that different from Shinji. We shouldn't assume that someone can't be a master just because they aren't mages.
そう。で、シンジは倒したのあなた。
Yeah, Saber beat his servant Ryder. His command spell book burned up and he isn't a master anymore. But I don't think he's given up yet. Sakura lives at his house, even though things are really dangerous right now. Zoken told me that the chosen heir can inherit the family magecraft. Sakura is raised without knowing anything about that, so she doesn't know what Shinji's been up to. If that stays true, then Sakura should be able to live her life without ever getting involved in the master's battles.
そうね。なのにどうしてさくらが危ないって思うのよ、あなたは。
I told you, Shinji's unstable. Sakura lives with him. So there's no guarantee she won't get mixed up in this. That's why,
さくらを巻き込んでしまう可能性が出る前に決着をつけたいっていうのね。それは正しいけど、あなたじゃ無理よ。竜道寺の件もあるし、他の連中はどうも気な臭い。今回の聖杯戦争は思ったより長引くわ。
yeah. Shinji forfeiting as a master and exiting the war would be the best outcome. But it isn't realistic to hope for that. The next best option would be to separate Sakura from Shinji, but...
ならあとは一つだけでしょ。そのさくらって子を巻き込みたくないんなら、あなたが保護すればいいのよ。
I thought about that, but I'm a master too. She's in danger at my house and Shinji won't like it. Sakura's sure to be upset at me if I suddenly tell her to move in too.
はあ、ほんと鈍感なのね、エミヤ君は。
Huh?
なんでもないわ。とにかくダメ元で聞いてみなさい。シンジからさくらを守るのも、あなたが他のマスターからさくらを守るのも変わらないでしょ。なら自分で努力してどうにかなる方法を選ぶべきじゃないの。そのさくらって子があなたにとって大切な人間だって言うんならさ。
Tasaka's words strike a chord somehow. It's like getting punched in the head. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that makes sense. I should just ask Sakura herself instead of worrying about how she might feel.
そうよ。だいたいね、嫌いなやつのとこに毎日ご飯を作りに行くかっていうの。あなたはさくらに頼りにされてるんだから、もっと強気でさくらを振り回しなさい。
Did I ever tell you that Sakura comes over to cook?
言ったわよ。一番初めに言った。ちゃんと言った。きっと言った。必ず言った。言ったんだから細かいことは気にしないの。
Tasaka shoots back at my simple question with a raging flurry of retorts. Sure, whatever. Ever since that night, I've become painfully aware of how much of an act she puts on during school. Okay, anyway, thanks. You really did me a solid, Tasaka. I was just getting hung up on everything, and it would have taken me a lot longer to make up my mind.
あら、妙に素直かと思ったら強気じゃない。結局一人でも結論は同じだったなんて、もしかしてのろけ？
Tasaka smirks. What a surprise attack of a smile. Oh, that's not what I meant. I was still going to ask Sakura to stay over tomorrow if she's feeling down.
へえ、顔を真っ赤にしちゃって、ほんと嘘がつけないんだ。エミヤ君、いつも済ましてるけど、中身は純情だったってオチ？
What about you? I thought you're supposed to be some star student, but you love bullying people.
失礼ね。相手ぐらい選んでるんだけど。私、からかって楽しい相手しか手を出さないもの。ほらほら、寒いんだからもっと場所詰めてよ。あんまり離れると風が冷たいじゃない？
Stupid! Knock it off. If you want to fight, you've got one, you demon. Overwhelmed, I shy away from Tasaka's reach. I'm in trouble. Being this close to her was bad enough, but that was nearly a mortal blow. The more I'm around Tasaka, the more it feels like she's someone I can talk to. But I also come to realize that the girl I admire is someone I must absolutely not let my guard down around. There we go. I could handle it if that was the extent of our relationship, but that just now was too much. I can't ignore her beautiful hair, delicate features, the soft lines of her body as she gets this close to me. My formerly pounding heart is now on the verge of exploding. I hate to admit it, but Tasaka is really pretty. Even though she's turned out to be different from how I imagined once I got to know her personally, it doesn't change how much I admire her. Anyways, thanks. That's all I had to ask you. I'll listen to you next.
私の話って別にそんなのないわよ。
Huh? Well, weren't you trying to tell me something this morning? I didn't really pay attention, but you seemed like you were in a bad mood.
あ けど今はそんな気分じゃなくなったし、正直毒気が抜かれたわよ。
Success! Oh. Threw you for a loop. What do you mean?
だからあなたのそういうところによ。まあいいわ、もののついでだし一ついいことを教えてあげる。最近街で原因不明の昏睡事件って起きてるでしょ。あれはサーバントの仕業だけど、そいつのマスターは竜道寺にいるわ。
You did mention Ryudo Temple earlier. You mean that Ryudo Temple in the mountains?
ええ、厄介な相手だから手を出すのなら気をつけなさい。あいつら命までは取ってないけど無差別に人を襲ってるわ。日に日に強くなっていくから早めに潰したいんだけど、私のアーチャーは誰かさんにやられた傷が治ってないしね。まあどんなに魔力を蓄えたところで一度に使える魔力の最大量なんてたかが知れてるし、しばらくは傍観するけど。
So there's a master in Ryudo Temple. Tasaka must be doing everything she can to stay in the fight without Archer.
さて、それじゃあエミヤくんは私から仮1ね。知らない情報を教えてもらったんだから。
The star student of Homurahara High smirks confidently. It strikes a sense of foreboding in me, like a snake licking its lips before a frog. So what? I told you about Shinji. It was a fair trade, so we're even.
あら、シンジのことはさくらのことで相殺でしょ。それともさっきのお礼は形だけだったのかしら。
Ugh. She's a devil, a tease. Don't be fooled, everyone. Tasaka is out to ruin the peace and quiet of our school.
さて、それじゃあ何をもらおうかな。魔術師同士の取引は10日交換ってのが基本よね。
My old man did mention that. I stare at my hands. It is all I have on me right now.
納得いった？あなたには返すべき情報がないんだから、こうなったらセイバーの。
Guess I have no choice. You haven't had lunch, right? Here's half of mine. I take my sweet bun out of its wrapper and tear it in half. It's a painful sacrifice, but it proved that I'm a man of my word. I offer my entire can of tea, too.
ちょっとエミヤくん。
Come on, eat up. The cafeteria and takeout counter are closed by now, so you should at least get something in your stomach. I put the bun in Tasaka's hand. Maybe she doesn't like sweet green pea filling. Tasaka stares at me for a second.
ありがとう。じゃあ遠慮なくいただくわ。
Then she really takes a bite out of it. After school, the campus dies down. The classroom's empty, with students either going home or to their prospective clubs. Like baby spiders scattering from the nest. Okay, I better get home early. I need to mentally prepare to have Sakura stay over too. I'll do my dinner shopping first, then break the news when Sakura comes back from the club practice. Let's see. What should I make tonight? Arms folded, I pause to think in front of Toyoetsu, this local supermarket. If I want Sakura to stay over, I'll have to convince Fujine. Meaning that I should think of a way to make them both happy. I splurged pretty hard yesterday, and I'm taking time off work. Plus, there's another mouth to feed, so the budget's a little tight. Still, I can make an exception this month. I do have savings, and I can't fight the Holy Grail War if I'm worried about living expenses. I can just think of it as a way to repay Sakura for everything she's done. And there. With a bag full of ingredients, I leave Toyoetsu. Usually I'm against overspending, though in this case, the bounty was good. I managed to get my hands on some high-grade Pacific cod, which could go well in a stew tonight. That should make Fujine happy. While walking home in high spirits, I stop at my tracks. Something pulling on my clothes from behind me. Huh? I turn around curiously. I'm met by the sight of a young girl with silver hair. What? Eh? I leap backwards with a yelp. The girl just watches as I panic. The hell? She doesn't seem hostile and much less murderous. Instead, she says,
よかった。生きてたんだね、お兄ちゃん。
she beams at me in genuine joy. What? There's no mistake that this is Berserker's master. She commands that monster that nearly tore me in half with a single slash that night. Food? Now, this one's a little bit different. Because it happened after school on a Monday. So I'm thinking the outcome's going to be different, but it could be the exact same conversation as before, just different in the timeline. So I'm a little curious about how this is going to go. She's from an ancient magic lineage that's founded the Holy Grail War, one of my old man Kiritsugu betrayed. What's she doing out here in the middle of the day? With Father Kodamina's words still fresh in my mind, she's no longer just a stranger to me. That's why, without thinking, I murmur, Ilya? Yep. She didn't know I knew her name. But now she do. Without knowing the significance of it, I blurt out the girl's name. No, I mean... Ilias... Yeah, you're Iliasville. Sorry, I got your name wrong. I bow out of reflex. It doesn't matter whether she's Berserker's master or the daughter of Einsburns right now. I can't leave her alone, not when she looks like she's about to cry. I didn't mean anything bad by it. I just thought of your name and...
名前教えて。
Huh?
お兄ちゃんの名前教えて。私だけ知らないの不公平。
That's right, come to think of it. Iliasville introduced herself before, but I haven't told her my name yet. I'm Shiro. Shiro Emiya.
エミヤシロ。不思議な発音するんだね、お兄ちゃんは。
No, that's wrong. It doesn't sound like a Western names. You pronounce it Shiro. Emiya. Just call me Shiro if it's easier for you that way. Without really thinking about it, I correct the girl's limited pronunciation. I even wag a finger at her, which makes her blink in surprise. By the time I realize how blunt I'm being, it's too late.
シロ。シロか。うん、気に入ったわ。
Once again, she looks like she's about to cry.
単純だけど響きが綺麗だし、シロに合ってるもの。これならさっきのも許してあげる。
Suddenly, she grabs my arm. Well, hold on, Iliasville. What are you doing?
さっきみたいにイリアでいいよシロ。私もシロって言うんだから これでおあいこだよね。
Well, I mean, sure, that's easier to say, but wait. Also, yes, I'm eating. I'm hungry. I try to shake Ellie off my arm, but she just squeals in delight. Gah. Uh-oh. At this rate, the neighborhood mother hens will start to gossip. Damn it. What are you after? Are you trying to hunt me down in the broad daylight? I finally wrenched my arm out of her grasp. Ah, Ilya looks unhappy. What? Don't look at me like that. I don't know what you're doing here, but I'm a master too. Ilya shoots a glance at the shopping bag in my hand. But she also keeps looking at me curiously. Ilya?
何シロ。
Ugh. She's, not how I imagined. She laughed back then too, but but the feeling behind it was different. Like, maybe... Ilya, did you not come here to fight?
何シロは私に殺されたいの？
Her gaze is enough to make my hair stand on end. No matter how young she looks, this girl is the strongest master. She might be giggling innocently one second and become a ruthless master up the next.
よくわかんないけど、シロがそう言うなら私はいいよ。予定がちょっと早まるだけだもん。セイバーと一緒にここで死ぬ？
Stop joking, of course not. I don't want to die. And I'd rather not fight here.
でしょ？マスターはね、明るいうちは戦っちゃダメなんだよ。シロもセイバーを連れていないし、私だってバーサーカーを連れてないでしょ。
Well, yeah. So what are you doing here? Did we just run into each other by chance?
偶然じゃないよ。セラの目を盗んで、わざわざシロに会いに来てあげたんだから、光栄に思ってよね。
I think I'm getting dizzy. Just when I thought she was serious master mode, she's go back to being an innocent child. I have no way of knowing which side is the real Ilya. Fine, so you're here to see me. But you're not here to fight. Is that really okay?
私はシロとお話をしに来たの。今までずーっと待ってたんだから、それぐらいいいでしょ。
What are you cooking? I don't know what she means by at least. But apparently she really is just here to talk.
それとも、シロは私と話すのは嫌？うん、シロが嫌なら帰るよ。本当は嫌だけど。
This is a lie.
させたら嫌われちゃうから。
She is straight up lying. It gazed up in my eyes. Ugh. As a master, it's dangerous to stay here with Ilya any longer. If Saber were here, I'm sure she'd vehemently against this course of action. But I can't just leave, not when she's looking at me like that. I know it's heedless, haphazard, and half-cocked, but I'm not against talking to you, Ilya. To be honest, I've wanted to meet you too.
やった。じゃああっちに行こう。さっきね、ちっちゃな公園見つけたんだ。
As soon as I agree, Ilya starts running, practically dancing in delight.
ほら、早く早く。急がないと置いていっちゃうからね。シロ。
I guess whatever happens, happens. Resigning myself to my fate, I follow after her. Ilya called me Shiro. That means I should deal with her in kind, not as a master, but as a regular girl. There's no one else at the park. Not in the sandbox, nor on the swings. It feels lonely. I sit down on the bench with Ilya. We must look like an odd pair. Ilya's clearly not my sister since she's obviously foreign, but we have too much of an age gap to look like friends. So what did you want to talk about, Ilya? You must have something to ask me.
なんで？別に私、シロに聞きたいことなんてないよ。
Gee, thanks. Oh. Well then, how am I supposed to answer that, inscrutable little lady? Ilya, you're the one who said you wanted to talk. But now you're saying there's nothing to talk about. Normally you wouldn't invite someone for a chat without business.
そうなの？用がないとお話ってできないの？
Oh, that's not what I meant. I phrased that badly. We don't need to talk about business. Actually, it's more fun that way. But you got me at a loss. I don't know you well, and I'm not sure what we should talk about. I don't know your likes or dislikes. That goes for you too, doesn't it? Wouldn't you feel uncomfortable if I suddenly asked you about things you wouldn't want to talk about?
それはそうだけど、じゃあ何を聞けばいいのかな？シロ、何聞いても怒らない？
Yeah, probably not. I'm the big brother here, so I'll try to act like a grown-up.
そっか。じゃあシロ、私のこと好き？
What does the kid think she's asking?
あ、嘘つきだ。シロ怒らないって言ったのに怒った。
Anyone would be shocked by that, stupid. You cut me in half. I don't even know how to feel about that.
何よ、あれは違うもん。シロが弱っちいくせに飛び出してくるからじゃない。私は悪くなんてないんだから。
The hell it wasn't. You showed up all ready to murder us. That's insane. And why does it matter whether I like you or not? Ilya's shoulders tremble and then she goes silent. Ah. Oops. I made up my mind to forget we're masters and I'm putting my foot on my mouth. Ilya?
なるもん。何よ、シロのバカ。私が止めてあげなくちゃ死んでたくせに。口だけは達者なんだから。
Ilya's shoulders shake and she stares at the ground, even as she says something ominous. Well, she's got me there. I'm the one who steered the conversation this way, and I'm older. Ilya's just a kid. Well, about that. I make up my mind and decide to say it. I say, I'm not going to say it doesn't bother me, because it does bother me, but like I'm going to say I don't hate you. I don't really know you because we just met, but I don't hate you, Ilya. At least I'd like to get along with you the way you are now.
本当？
I've never had a little sister before. It'll be fun. And I won't mention that it happened the other night. That's all I can promise you. Can you trust me?
シロがそう言うなら信じてあげる。
Ilya nearly attacks me when she hugs my arm again. Good grief. What's your deal? So I grumble, but this isn't so bad, I reassure myself. Right now, Ilya has no ill will towards me. I'm not going to fall over from a hug either. And if I lose my cool here, I'd be a failure of a big brother. As long as I've got her here, I have an easygoing chat with her, just like she wants. I think Ilya and I chatted for about an hour. Ilya happily listened as I talked about meaningless topics and everyday stuff. At some point, I realized how heartbreaking this was. Ilya really is an innocent little girl. She doesn't hesitate when it comes to being a master. It's so tragic that she doesn't feel any fear about fighting in a war. The magical lineage known as the Einsburns, this young girl who they sent to carry out their 1,000-year-old obsession. If that's Ilya's objective too, then Ilya, can I ask you something?
Nani?
Does the name Kiritsugu Emiya ring a bell? I just have to know. Time stops. It's an emotionless silence that seems to erase all the time we've spent together so far.
知らない。そんなやつ、私知らない。
Her silver hair sways. Ilya stands up from the bench and does a little twirl like a fairy.
そろそろ夕暮れだね。夜になったらバーサーカーが起きちゃうから、もう帰らないと。
Ilya bids me farewell in her childish way. Yeah, I'd better get home too. I stand up from the bench. Break time is over. The sun's setting, so we're back to being enemies. And yet will we meet again, Ilya? The question comes naturally to my lips.
どうしようかな。私はそうでもないんだけど、シロは会いたい？
Yeah, I wouldn't ask unless I wanted to.
じゃあ明日も気が向いたら来てあげる。期待しないで待っててね。
She runs out of the park. But the pale girl stops awkwardly.
さっきのは嘘だよ。本当はね、知ってる人だった。
Ilya?
そう。私が生まれた理由は聖杯戦争に勝つことだけど、私の目的はキリツグとシロンを殺すことなんだから。
Her footsteps fade into the evening. Leaving me with that, she leaves without looking back. And I watch her go. I'm home. Wait, huh? Is Fujine back already? I take off my shoes and enter the hallway. It's not even 6 p.m. yet, so why is the Kyudo Club advisor back so early?
おかえりなさい、シロ。
帰ってきたか、兵六玉。
Saber greets me while seated in a polite seiza posture while Fujine is very improperly resting her face on the copy table. There's a shadow of defeat in my adoptive guardian's eyes. I'm curious as to why, but experience tells me it's probably no big deal. Sorry I'm late. Did anything weird happen while I was out, Saber?
はい。これといって異常はありませんでした。そういうシロの方はどうでした？学校に見るべきものはありましたか？
Nothing on my end either. Shinji didn't show up and school was business as usual. I think we could cross him off the list of people to watch for now. Using roundabout language, I report to Saber that there were no masters at school.
なんか匂う。この甘酸っぱくて雨上がり給料日に隠したまま思い出せなくなった1万円のような気配は間違いなく秘密の匂い。
She sniffs the air like a dog off its leash.
シロから足かせの錆びた匂いがする。怪しい怪しいぞ。
Ayashi.
お姉ちゃんになんか隠してるのかにゃ
Plenty. Oh, wow. I don't believe it. How is she this hammered so early in the day? Saber, what happened to Fujine? The tiger doesn't get this drunk unless something really crazy happens.
いえ、私は何も。大河に元気がないのは空腹だからではないでしょうか。
Saber says something terribly cutting, and with such ease.
嘘だ。タイガの腕前が知りたいなんて言って人をボロボロにしたのはセイバーちゃんじゃないのよ。
Fujine pounds the table. Whether out of frustration or fear, she scurries behind me and loudly boos and protests at Saber. Also, she sure is acting all buddy-buddy with Saber real fast. Saber, did you spar with Fujine?
いえ、大河の時間が空いているのなら体を動かそうと提案したのです。市内による模擬戦ならば大事は起きませんから、大河も承諾したのですが。
騙されちゃダメよシロ。セイバーちゃん確実にやる気だったわ。私わかるもん。鉄砲知ってるもん。あれはやる気。もう絶対やる気。うわー、隙を見せたらバターにされる。
Mm-hmm. Fujine trembles. Saber, did you fight Fujine like you really meant it?
まあ、つい気を緩めてしまったというか。四郎の帰りが遅いことへの反感と大河の技量が思いのほか高かったことでとっさに反応してしまったというか。
Wow, that sounds terrifying. Fujine reached an impressive 5 dan in kendo at her age, but Saber's on a completely different level.
とにかく命が惜しかったら夜打ち朝がけとか禁止禁止。セイバーちゃんを襲ったりしたら地獄開幕。死して屍拾うものなしなんだから。
She's right. I still have another problem to deal with. What do I do with Saber, who insists on sleeping in the same room as me? I'm a growing young man, and I have issues with a girl like Saber sleeping in the same room.
その心配は無用です、タイガ。四郎の命令であれば私は従うのみです。私から四郎に。
むむセイバーちゃん、なんか今すごい微妙なこと言わなかった？
とりわけ何も。それよりタイガ、今晩より四郎と同室で眠りますが、どうか誤解なきをお願いします。
Oh God. Fujine freezes in her tracks. Oh no. Given how we're positioned in the power balance between us, she's definitely going to do it. Fujine, actually I've been hiding something from you since yesterday. I hear Fujine from behind me. Fuck. Wow, she's totally ignoring me. I just heard a sound like a phone book being slammed onto a table. Listen to me. Saber doesn't understand Japanese. There it is. The sensation of being put in a sleeper choke hold from behind. Fujine doesn't know how to hold back her own strength. So when she has me in my neck, I'm in serious danger. Wait, this is not the time for that. Hey, Fujine, you win. I give up. So, ow, I'm really going to fall. Crack, crack. Fujine's answer is to grapple me harder than a magnificent grinding of bone and flesh. I give, stop it. And don't throw me next. I'm fading, in my fading consciousness, I managed to tap Fujine's arm. However...
お姉ちゃんはシロをそんな風に育てた覚えなんかないんだから。
Yeah, I'm done with this. Ah, I'm going down. Damn. Just one problem after another. Jeez, that was awful. My neck makes cracking noises. Bent nearly at a right angle, I managed to get off with only bruises thanks to my daily training.
面目ない。こうひねってからは手を離して受け身可能にしようと思ったんだけど、シローったら思ったより重くて投げるだけで精一杯でさ。
Obviously, I'm not a little kid anymore, you know. Stop trying to suplex me with those skinny arms. You could have hurt yourself.
はい、反省してます。
You too, Saber. We're sleeping in adjacent rooms, not the same room.
ですが、私はシロの身を守るためにですね。
You're protecting me plenty already. I wouldn't know what to do with myself if we stayed in the same bedroom. I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do. It's a hill I have to die on.
難しいものですね。
As long as both of you understand, alright? Time to get ready for dinner. I stand up, stretching my neck. Oh, right, Fujine. I'm thinking of having Sakura stay over starting today. Is that okay? I'll put her in the guest house that we gave Saber before.
さくらちゃんを止める？別にいいけど、いきなりどんな心境の変化よ。シロ、ここんとこ妙に変よ。
Well, Sakura doesn't look like she's feeling well lately. It's probably because Shinji's never home. She should have someone around to look after her.
ふーん。まあいいけど、その旨はさくらちゃんに伝えてあるの？部活の時、さくらちゃんいつも通りだったけど。
Which is going to... I mean, what about you and the club? Why are you back so early today?
ちょっと怪我人が出ちゃってね。あとは三辻さんに任せて、体調悪い子たちを家まで送って直帰したのよ。
Something like that happened, huh? It's a little concerning to hear that someone got injured at club, but Fujine wouldn't be here if it was serious. Someone probably just jammed their finger and got anemic. Anyway, this is my chance. Sakura's like family to both me and Fujine. Then I should... No. We're not letting Fujine take charge. I'm taking charge. Tell Sakura myself. No, this is important. It's my decision, so I shouldn't push it on someone else. It's only right that I be the one to tell Sakura. Just as I make up my mind, the doorbell rings with perfect timing.
お邪魔します。
It's Sakura's voice. Ah, Sakura right away. It's faster this way.
先輩、お邪魔しますね。夕食の支度はこれからですか？
Yeah, just starting. I can handle it on my own, so make yourself at home. If you would, could you keep Fujine busy while you're at it? She's being a sore loser after Saber beat her at Kendo. So cheer her up with a card game or something.
先輩ひどいんだ。藤村先生、今日大変だったんですよ。
She didn't mention that. And play shogi with her instead.
将棋ですね。はい。それなら藤村先生の独壇場です。私じゃ飛車抜きのハンでもらってもコテンパンだからちょうどいいと思います。
Sakura's in a good mood. The swelling on her face is gone, and there's no sign of a dark bruise from this morning. Okay. Now would you be a good time to bring it up? So Sakura, I know this is sudden, but you should stay over starting tonight. You shouldn't go back to the Matao house for the time being. As for how long, let's try to make it a week. Oh, and I already got Fujine's permission. There's that look again. Sakura's expression stiffens. She gazes back at me like she's scrutinizing my heart rather than my face. I know I'm asking a lot, but still, I really want you to stay over. No matter how badly you might think of me, please live here for now. Sakura doesn't answer.
どうしてですか?
She just keeps watching me, and I notice she slightly bites her lips. Finally, she asks me with a very quiet voice. I can't give her a reason. On my life's honor, I can't tell her it's because Shinji's a master, but anything else would be a lie. Everyone has secrets. I'm a guy, so there's plenty of stuff I don't say to Sakura and Fujine. No matter how precious someone is to you, there are some things you can't tell them. That's all the more reason I can't lie to her. If Sakura is my precious family, then I'd rather not tell her about anything that's untrue. The atmosphere between us chills. Silence falls over us, and it seems like a stretch on forever. Sakura awkwardly breaks eye contact. I desperately rack my stupid brain for a response. Do I have to tell you why? She doesn't answer, but her eyes seem to show concern for me rather than herself.
私が心配だからですか?
She states it outright. Yeah, I'm worried. So it'd make me feel a lot better if you'd stay over. Her long, dark hair sways. Sakura nods at my inadequate answer. And answers not with words, but with a smile. This is just common sense, of course, but once dinner is over, all that's left is to take a bath and go to bed. There's no problem at all. Really, it's totally normal. Nothing out of the ordinary about it. However,
藤村先生、少し相談があるんですが。
何々言ってみそう。
ですね、
あ、そっか、着替えの問題があったわね。制服ならうちにあるかな。普段着は私のでいいならあげるよ。あ、それとも家に着替え取ってくる？
いえ、うちに帰ったら戻ってこれなくなりますから、できれば帰りたくないんです。兄さんには
それは大丈夫。さっきお家に電話してさくらちゃんのおじいさんに許可取ったから。
先生の家なら安心だ。ご指導よろしくお願いします。
だって。
そうですか。なら本当に私ここに泊まっていいんですね。
そうだよ。で、着替えの話だけど、寝巻きは私のでいいよね。下着も私のでいいかな。
いえ、先生のだと胸がきついと思うんですけど。
そっか、さくらちゃん胸おっきいもんね。
その肉を分けろ。
先生、何するんですか。
冗談けど困ったわね。さすがにさくらちゃんサイズの下着なんて持ってないし。さくらちゃんつけて寝る派？
はい、一応は。
だよね。おっきい人はそういう人多いよね。けど苦しくないの？と素朴な疑問を投げてみる。
苦しいですけど、そういう時はですね。
なるほどなるほど。若いっていいな。じゃあ明日の朝までにはうちの若いのに揃えさせておくから。そういうわけでさくらちゃんも遠慮なくお風呂入ってらっしゃい。
And off she slinks. You didn't need to have that conversation in front of me, stupid Fujine. I'm a man. I'm trying not to think about it, but if you talk about it here, I'll be extra conscious. Or conscience. I won't even be able to look at Sakura the same way.
あれシロ顔赤いけどどうしたのかな。何やっぱりさくらちゃんの話気になる。
I don't know what you're talking about. It was private, right? I didn't hear anything, and I don't care.
あれそうなんだ。じゃあ私からいいこと教えてあげる。さくらちゃん E の85なんだってさ。すごいよね。去年から実に13センチも大きくなってるんだよ。
Jesus fucking Christ.
シロもそのあたり気づいてたでしょ。最近さくらの体は柔らかそうだなとか抱きしめたいなとか。
You.
藤村先生、どうしてそういうことするんですか。
Exactly. Sakura counterattacks, sending Fujine to the ground. She's blushing bright red and furiously trying to cover Fujine's mouth. Sakura, I understand why you'd want to silence Fujine, but don't silence her basic life functions too.
おーびっくりした。さくらちゃん見かけによらず武闘派なのね。
Oh, don't act like that.
息を止めに来るなんて先生びっくりよ。
You don't give that privilege here talking about private things.
知りません。藤村先生は少し反省してください。
Sakura turns away from Fujine sulkily. Then, we end up making eye contact with each other. Oh, bath towels are in the bathroom.
それじゃあ失礼しますね、先輩。
Sakura hurriedly turns to leave the living room. Hey. And once again...
鼻ぶつけちゃいました。
I was about to warn her to watch her step. Before I could, however, she ran smack dab into a pillar. Sakura, are you okay? Was she panicking so bad she ran into a pillar before she even made it to the hallway?
はい、大丈夫です。大丈夫なんでお風呂入ってきます。
Sakura disappears down the hall, her steps wavering. Phew. I can finally breathe now that Sakura's in the bath. If that tension had gone on much longer, I might have been the one to flee the living room. You need to stop, woman. What now? If you have something to say, say it, you delinquent teacher.
別に。たださくらちゃんも大変だなって。顔を真っ赤にしたシロ、いつもより意地っ張りで可愛いし。そういうシロの前だとさくらちゃんも余計恥ずかしかったんじゃないかな。
I wasn't red. Sakura's like family to me, you know. She's my kohai who always cooks and eats with us. I wouldn't embarrass myself in front of her like that.
じゃあシロは失格したくないんだ。
Of course not. She's Shinji's sister. I had to take good care of my friend's sister.
あ、そういうことか。シロ、気がついてないだけかと思ったらそんなことまで気にしてたんだ。
Fujine heaves an exaggerated sigh. This is very unpleasant.
前途多難ね。さくらちゃんも大変だ。
Where are you going?
どこって脱衣所。さくらちゃんに着替え用意してあげないと。シロは離れの部屋の準備でもしてなさい。 シーツとかちゃんと新しいの出してあげるのよ。
Fujine just says whatever she wants and leaves me in the living room. Saber, I'm going to make up the guest room, so wait here. Saber nods wordlessly, and I leave the living room. I make the bed and check the guest room's furnishings. It's a different room from the one we initially set Saber up in, but one that hasn't been used in a long time. This one's better for Sakura. It has a lock on the door. Sakura's, well, a girl, so I figured she'd feel more comfortable if she can lock her door. Not like I let Fujine get into my head or anything. I lay the sheets out and pat them flat. This bed was never been used. As soon as I start thinking that Sakura's going to sleep on it tonight...
シロもそのあたり気づいてたでしょ。
Jesus Christ, Fujine. Get out of my head. Ugh. Awful thoughts fill my mind. It's stupid. After all this time, why would I... But that goes without saying. I've watched from right next to her as Sakura has grown more and more beautiful. I'm happy for her, and I've been telling myself not to be conscious of it. Sakura is Shinji's little sister, and she helps me out of a sense of guilt over the way her brother behaves. It's already been a year and a half, and it's not like I see her that way. It all started with the accident that caused me to leave the Kyudo Club. I hurt my shoulder at work, and there was some talk about the burn scars being an issue. So I figured it was a good time as any to quit the club. After that, I think it was Sakura who volunteered to start helping me out at the home until my injuries healed. She still looked younger back then and struck me as a hard worker. The first day, she waited in front of my house for me to come home. Then she stood there sullenly face to face for a while, until she finally said she wanted to help me. I think she was out there for 2 hours. And now, that introvert's the rising star of the Kyudo Club. People sure can change. Sakura's demeanor has brightened a lot actually. I met her 4 years ago through Shinji, I think, when I went over to his house to play. She was silent. She had a habit of letting her hair cover her face. She still has this part of her, but Sakura back then looked positively downtrodden. She always had a glum look on her face and would just stand around absently. When I compare Sakura now to back then, I truly do feel happy for her. I'm relieved that the depressed girl who was always staring at the ground is now someone who can laugh like she's genuinely enjoying life.
そう思うことはないの？さくらの体は柔らかそうだなとか、抱きしめたいなとか。
I don't really know myself. At the very least, I only saw Sakura as my kohai until recently. That image of her only started to crumble recently. When did it start exactly? Maybe it happened long before I realized. Or maybe we're so close that I never needed to notice. Damn it, everything's going fine, so why does the thought of Sakura sleeping over make my heart pound like this? It's rude to Sakura. I should hurry up and finish cleaning the room. Then I can let Sakura stay here. Huh? Saber, where's Sakura?
さあ、こちらには来ていませんから、まだ入浴しているのではないですか?
But it's already been an hour. Maybe Sakura takes long baths. She has to wash a lot of parts that I don't, so a quick shower might not be... Stop, don't imagine it. I shake my head and sit down at the table. Then I brew some tea and let the fragrant liquid soothe my throat. Phew. I purge myself of my fantasies and breathe deep. Then...
シロ、さくらは目が悪いのですか?
What an odd question. No, not really. Sakura has good vision. I think she has 1.5 across both eyes.
そうですか。頻繁に壁や柱に体をぶつけていますから、視力に問題があるのではと危惧してしまいました。
When would you have noticed that other than the one time? Oh, that. Well, I appreciate your concern, but Sakura's healthy. She's just a little clumsy lately because she's tired, but she's normally got her head on straighter than I do.
それならばいいのですが、仮にそうだとしても、入り口と壁を見間違えるほど疲労が溜まっているのは問題です。試験ですが、先ほどの衝突は疲れからではなく、純粋に目測を誤ったものと感じましたが。
Saber's opinion makes sense. No matter how tired you are, you don't just randomly start walking into walls. Speaking to Sakura, where is she? If she's really in the bath, 1 hour is a pretty long time. Right now. We're going on a suicide mission. Should I go check on Sakura? I should go check on her. If Saber's right, then this is no time to worry about embarrassing myself. Sakura? I call her name through the door. There's no reply from the dressing room. In fact, it doesn't even sound like anyone's inside. Sakura, hey, are you in there? I knock on the door. Softly at first, then more vigorously, until I'm literally pounding on the door. Sakura, hey, say something if you're in there. My anxiety turns to certainty. Something's wrong. I can't go in there, so maybe I should get Fujine or Saber to look in on her. Sakura? That's nothing. You took a while, so I was wondering what happened. Sakura sounds kind of hazy. Like she's weak or unsteady on her feet, or she just woke up from a nap. Sakura, don't tell me. Silly, don't scare me like that, seriously. I slowly sink to my knees. You do that. You'll catch a cold if you sleep in the bath, you know. I sigh and lean against the wall. I feel silly for being so worried, but I'm glad she's fine. Sakura should feel better after a bath and a good night's sleep. What was that? I hear the sound of something heavy falling. It definitely came from the other side of the door. Sakura! She doesn't respond. There isn't the feeling of someone on the other side of the door like there was earlier. I'm coming in, Sakura. I run to the dressing room. Sakura's lying on the ground, spiritless. Sakura! Sakura! I lift her limp body off the ground. She's soft under my fingers, warmer than I expected. Sakura doesn't seem conscious, but her breathing is labored. Her hands are clutched to her chest as if trying to pry something stuck to her skin. Pained whimpers. This isn't eye candy. The softness of her body I'm carrying and her disheveled hair. Wearing only a single shirt, this Sakura isn't the Sakura I know. The shirt emphasizes her abundant chest, and I can't tear my eyes away. Shiro, this is not the time, man. Such heated sigh lifts her chest up and down, exposing her pearly neck. My heart almost jumps out into my throat. Her distressed lips seeking oxygen make my head spin. The body I'm holding is so hot and soft and unbelievably charming. My mind goes blank. I'm not holding a girl in my arms, but a plenty matured woman. This isn't the Sakura I know. Then, if I let the dizziness take over and hold her close... Damn it, what the hell's wrong with me? I shake my head. This isn't the time. Thank God you figured that out. I was about to throw something. Sakura's fever isn't normal. Above all, her fingers clutching painfully at her chest show that she's in more than a simple anemia. Sakura, get it together. Sakura. I yell into her ear. The hair stuck to her cheek falls free. Sakura slowly blinks her eyes open and looks up to me.
先輩どうしているんですか？
Idiot. Should you really be asking that? You should have told me if you had a fever.
熱って私ですか？
Who else would I be talking about? Just touch your forehead. It's really hot.
けどそんなに熱くないですよ私。
Sakura murmurs dreamily. Maybe she's still half asleep. Just stay still. I'll take you to your bed.
先輩どうしたんですか？
Taking you to your room. Let me warn you. Let me warn you now. Don't make a fuss. I'm not sure I can hold it together anymore. I go into the hallway, carrying Sakura.
先輩私抱っこされてますか？
What did I just say about making a fuss? Sakura wraps her arms tightly around my neck in surprise. Ugh. Her chest is incredibly bouncy and touching me, but I'm going to ignore that right now. Speed is of the essence. Before my sanity gives out, I need to carry Sakura to the guest room as fast as I can. Your fever's a tad over 37 degrees. Huh, that's lower than I expected. I shake the thermometer and look at Sakura, who's lying in bed.
すみませんなんか緊張してお風呂に入ったらのぼせたみたいです。
Sakura guiltily hides her face under the covers. Well, there's no helping the fact that you're sick. A cold like this should heal with medicine and some rest, so try and take it easy for tonight. I'll leave water on this chair. Try not to go outside, alright? You'll get a chill. Just in case, I put another blanket over her and turn off the lights. See you tomorrow. I'll come wake you up, so take it easy. I give Sakura an affectionate pat on the head and make for the door. But then, something tugs at me from behind. When I turn to look, there's something clutching my shirt sleeve. Sakura? Sorry, I can't leave because you're holding on to me. Sakura withdraws her hand in surprise, as if she just noticed.
すみません先輩私熱でぼーっとしちゃっててそれで
Sakura jumps out of bed and frantically apologizes. I can tell how red her face is even with the lights off. Sakura, are you scared?
はい知らないところで一人で眠るのは怖くて
I can't see Sakura's expression. Her long hair hides her face. But from the side, her profile reminds me of that withdrawn girl I first met years ago. I see. You must feel anxious, catching a cold and then using someone else's room for the first time. I sit down on the bed. Then I lie down on my back. I can't quite bring myself to face Sakura while doing it, but this is good enough.
先輩
I'll stay a little longer. That'll help you get used to the room. I'll leave once you fall asleep. To be honest, I'm worried that you're forcing yourself to do this. I'll keep an eye on you for another 30 minutes, so lie back down. I gesture to her spot on the bed without facing her.
はいそれじゃあもうちょっとだけお付き合いくださいね先輩
A soft breeze caresses my cheek. It must be the air displaced by Sakura pulling the covers back on. I consider this a small price to pay for her peace of mind. It doesn't even begin to cover the interest on the debt I owe her for helping me so much. In the dark, all one can hear is the ticking of the clock. Whether it's because my back is to her or because her profile is still in my mind. The feelings I had when I carried her earlier fade, and I quietly stare at the clock. The rest of the time passes in silence, and anyone would guess that we'd both fallen asleep.
先輩起きてます？
I hear a gentle voice in the darkness. I murmur affirmative. Sakura takes a quiet breath and continues.
今日はありがとうございました。
Then she drifts off to sleep. The lights go out in the house. It's past 11 p.m. and the town's as fast asleep.
では竜道寺にマスターがいると。
According to Sokka, at least, she said not to mess with them because they're trouble. But they're apparently behind the comas happening all over town. I don't know if it's true, but I think it's worth checking out.
そうですね。確かに竜道寺に至る霊脈に作為的なものを感じます。あの山にマスターがいることに間違いはないでしょう。
What's wrong, Saber? Somehow you don't seem very enthusiastic compared to yesterday.
はい。あの山はサーバントにとって鬼門です。軽はずみな進行は避けたい。
Then should we hold off patrolling tonight and gather a little more intel on Ryudo Temple? Because you're right, it would be reckless to go in there without knowing anything about the servant or master.
いいえ、その必要はありません。竜道寺に今日構えるようなマスターならば、おいそれと正体を明かさないでしょう。早々に決着をつけるのならば、正面から力で打ち破るのみです。
If Saber says so, then we probably have a chance of victory. I'd also like to stop the master from putting any more townspeople into comas as soon as possible. Alright, let's go to Ryudo Temple. But Saber, we're only going there to scout it out. Once we learn who the master is and which servant they have, we'll fall back. I know it's lame, but I can't back you up out there. I'd rather err on the side of caution. I can't let Saber get hurt, like that time with Berserker. But since I can't help her in a fight, I have to protect her in a different way.
わかりました。最終的な判断はシローに委ねます。戦闘か退却かはあなたが決めてください。
I'm happy to hear that, but it's scary. Even if the enemy turns out to be someone we can beat, I'm liable to turn tail and run.
なるほど。そういった場合も考えられますね。シローは戦闘経験が少ないですから。
Yeah, no denying that. I like to avoid stepping into a figurative minefield, so I'd appreciate it if you gave me fair warning.
はい。では、シローが判断を誤ったときは、私から忠告を。もちろん、それではシローのためになりませんから、シローの判断が間違えていた場合、何らかのペナルティを負ってもらうことにしましょうか。
What kind of penalty specifically?
さあ、それを口にしてはつまらない。数少ない楽しみですから、私だけの秘密としましょう。
Ugh. Saber seems to be making a joke. Maybe it's Fujine's influence. I sure hope it's a joke anyway.
しかしシロー、私たちはともかく、さくらは大丈夫なのですか？あの苦しみようは尋常ではありませんでしたが。
Yeah, I thought so too. I took her temperature, but her fever wasn't actually that high. I'll just let her get a good night's rest for now and see how she holds up.
そうですか。では、迷いなく戦いに赴けますね。
I nod and look out towards the guest house. Sakura's room is on the second floor of the building. We need to leave and return to the house without her noticing. Let's go, Saber. From here on out, I'm a master, and I won't think about anything else. I leave the house with Saber. The moon is high in the sky, and the darkness feels dense somehow. Up above, the clouds move quickly, perhaps due to the wind. Under the pale moonlight, peeking and disappearing beneath the clouds, we beat a swift pace to enemy territory. Interlude 5-1. This is the first interlude we actually had so far. Do we have a 3-0? We did have a 3-0. That's true. A high-pitched noise fills the air. A white blade clatters to the ground, scattering motes of light all around as it reflects the brilliant moonlight. Sticky blood coats his lips. A man falls to his knees on the stone step, bidding farewell to his longsword as it sinks into the darkness. He will never pick up that sword again. His coat is stained with blood, its newly dyed threads making it resemble a gallant crimson flower.
なんとよもやダカツマカツの類とは。
The man's lips seemed like white bone in contrast to the fresh blood spilling from his belly. The vital tremble of his life had already left his throat. Kazuki Kozuro's innards are already functioning as something else. The mountain gate is quiet. Neither is the servant guarding it, nor the newly appeared shadow make a move. The battle's already over. Whatever just swiftly ascended the stone steps defeated Assassin. There's no time to cross blades or even acknowledge the enemy. Whatever it was a different dimension altogether. The gatekeeper's body tears. His torso is ripped apart. Without a weapon, Assassin cannot even end his own life. It walks steadily, surely. The shadow lovingly, or perhaps disdainfully, strokes the cheek of the servant called Assassin. A spidery, ghoulish arm erupts from his shredded torso. Bones entangle. Meat tears. He feels the organs and entrails that once belonged to him morph into something else. He fights the surge of blood that threatens to burst forth. The swordsman swallows it down, his genial grin playing across his lips.
よかろう。好きにするがいい。所詮は我が腹より吐いてるもの。ろくな性根ではなかろうよ。
Eaten from within and deprived of a merciful death, he smiles. It is a valiant gesture. His lurid grin is even more fearsome than the birth of an abomination within him. And so it is summoned. The thing born from blood and entrails of a false servant is unmistakably an assassin. Its birthing cries resemble the chitter of insects. The insects that emerge from the swordsman's body greedily devours its womb. It cackles as it carves, chortles as it chews. With each bite of flesh, the dark insect becomes increasingly man-shaped. It is unformed brain gaining human knowledge. The feast continues for half an hour. The new assassin studiously slurps up every last drop of blood, celebrating its birth on a now spotless stone step. Its only witness are the chorally chittering swarms of insects in the brush, that bright, voluminous moon. The shrill birthing cries fade. It is an ill moon. The white skull sneering at the scorching black night. So, our assassin died. I walk up the stone steps. Saber is already armed. Both of us are tense, expecting an enemy to attack at any moment. The stairway up to the mountain gate is long, and the breeze is pleasantly warm despite us being in the hills. According to Saber, this mountain has a barrier that repels servants. If they attempt to approach Ryudo Temple by any other path besides the gate, the barrier hurts them and reduces their magical energy. Therefore, the only way to Ryudo Temple is up these stairs. I was sure they'd try to ambush us. You don't sense any servants, Saber?
ありません。この石段には私以外のサーバントは。
Suddenly, Saber halts and looks down. Saber, what happened?
いいえ、私の気のせいでしょう。刀らしきものが見えた気がしましたが、そのようなものはどこにもない。この山門に守り手はいません。境内に向かいましょう。
Saber ascends the stone steps quickly. After a moment's confusion, I run after her. Inside, it's silent. The wind is strong. The shadows deep. It's terribly dark, even though the moon is out. I look up. The moon's out, all right. It glows brightly, illuminating the unlit temple grounds. Despite that, the area is engulfed in shadow. Saber.
ええ、様子がおかしい。ここまで踏み込んで反応がないなどありえません。それにこれは静かすぎる。
Let's look around inside. A family of almost 50 runs Ryoto Temple. There's no way it would be this quiet. I enter the temple with Saber. There's nobody around. After making sure the grounds are unoccupied, Saber and I head deeper into the buildings. Everybody inside is asleep. They show no signs of waking. They don't react even when I touch or pick them up. Every single one of the 50 or so monks is in a coma. All of them lie in a pleasant, dreamlike sleep, breathing steadily. Of course, one of my classmates is among them. Issei Ryudo is asleep. I've only seen him so relaxed on a handful of occasions in the privacy of the student council room. We move quickly through the wood-floored hallways. Saber senses something. She directs us toward the inner main shrine. The master behind this disaster must be lurking in the heart of the temple. We step into the main shrine. Suddenly, my eyes are greeted by scarlet blood all over the floor. The center of the shrine is drenched in red. There's a man on the floor. There's a pool of red spreading out from him. Maybe he was stabbed through the chest. The wound is fatal. He's lost too much blood to survive. He's already dead. He looks familiar, and he must be the master of the thing standing beside him. The servant stands there, staring down at her master's lifeless corpse. I'm assailed by a headache and my alarming unease. This isn't the gruesome scene that terrifies me, but that thing. That dagger is something bad. Saber doesn't seem to sense it, but somehow I can tell the power in that dagger is nothing good.
Caster!
Saber stands ready to fight. Caster, the purple-robed servant, doesn't react. Is it because we've caught her by surprise, or because she was caught red-handed? Saber silently crouches, ready to attack Caster in a breath. No, Saber, wait.
シロ、なぜ止めるのです。今置いてキャスターを撃つ機会は。
Not that. I mean, don't touch that dagger. It destroys magecraft. It might sever the contract between master and servant.
では、キャスターは自らのマスターを。
We don't know for sure if she killed her master. But it's clear to me that the dagger in her hand is an incomparable ability to dispel magic effects.
キャスター、貴様、主に手をかけたな。
Saber advances angrily. Caster turns to look at us. Her lifeless demeanor makes her look more like Wraith than a heroic spirit. A sword flashes through the air. Saber's sword splits Caster's robe, shredding her clothes as she evades by bounding backwards.
そうとどめを刺しに来たというわけね。誰の筋書きだか知らないけど周到なこと。
黙れ。主を裏切った者の言葉など聞きたくもない。自らの行いを恥じ、ここで裁かれるがいい。
私がマスターを殺した。宗一郎様を私が。それは愉快ね。ええ、こんなことになるのなら本当にそうしてしまえばよかった。
She coughs blood as she laughs. The black-clad mage conceals the strange dagger under her robe and thrusts a hand at Saber.
目障りよセイバー。主もろとも消え去りなさい。
There's nothing else to say. Watching Castor keenly, Saber swings her sword without hesitation. Castor fades away. Their clash couldn't even be called a fight. Castor may have outstanding magecraft, but it was completely ineffective against Saber's high magic resistance. Saber shrugged off Castor's barrage of spells and cut her down in a single blow.
キャスターは倒しました。マスター、指示を。
Right. Well, there's nothing else to do here. I could call the hospital, or actually, I should call Kotomine and take care of the rest. He should be able to help all the unconscious people. But there's no saving the dead man in front of us. Castor disappeared, leaving her master's body behind. His death will be buried in the darkness. Tonight he took his last breath, and one day he will disappear from people's memories, his final fate unknown.
シロ、
I know. There are 4 more masters. I can't afford to freeze up here.
賢明です。気持ちはわかりますが、干渉は押しとどめてください。
Wait. We assume Ryder's gone. How does he know that there's only 4 more masters? There's something wrong with that. He didn't know Assassin existed. Saber turns her back on the shrine. I'll at least burn the sight of the fallen corpse in my memory before I follow her. Huh? Wait. What was that?
シロ、どうしたのです。足を止めて。
Huh? For a second it felt like we were being watched. Didn't you feel it, Saber?
いいえ、何も感じませんでした。この周囲に人がいないことは確認したはずです。シロの気のせいではないですか？
Maybe. I bet you're right, Saber. Yeah, it was probably nothing.
では急ぎましょう。キャスターが倒れた今、昏睡していた人々も目を覚まします。私たちの姿を見られたら面倒だ。
She's right. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but this should put an end to the comas happening all over the city. I can chalk that up as a win, I guess. Alright, let's leave the mountain and let Kotomine know. Then we'll go home and rest. Saber nods in satisfaction and leaves the shrine. I ignore the nagging tingling from behind me and follow Saber. All that remains in the shrine are the quiet in the body of the former master. Another interlude. Interlude 5-2. Okay. The lead actor exits the stage, leaving only a wordless corpse, and something consumes it. It leaves no body. The wooden floor becomes a bottomless swamp, its crimson mass spreading out and consumes the man's unmoving body. It takes not only the man, but the thing he used to command. The soul modeled after the servant Castor falls into the black shadow. That is not how things should be. When a servant loses and disappears, it goes back to the Holy Grail. Something which violates this rule is subject to inevitable decay, no matter how powerful it is. It cries without a sound. In anguish, it bubbles and churns until it finally devours the first person. It shuffles forward like waves lapping on the shore. It has no voice to scream, so it expresses pain with its entire body. It has no words, no emotions. From the beginning, it was never equipped with such functions. And yet it grieves. It laments its very being, like something that has become aware of its own existence for the first time. The clock strikes 2 a.m. A round trip to and from Ryudo Temple took its toll on me, in spite of daily training. Alright, Saber. Head back to your bedroom ahead of me.
どこに行くのですシロ。今夜はもう休むのではないのですか？
I got a thing to do. I'll be right back, so don't worry. I'm tired too, so I want to turn in early tonight.
なるほど。さくらの容体が気になるのですね。
I mean, I should get her more water. Make sure you sleep in the room next to mine, alright? And close the door.
ああ、そうでしたね。同室でないのは不都合ですが、シロが強情を張るのではやむを得ません。言われた通り、隣の部屋で待機しましょう。
Saber looks displeased. I'm not the only one who's being stubborn. I return to my bedroom, tortured by self-loathing. 3 a.m. What have I been doing for the past hour? I sigh. There's only one reason I took so long. Sakura wasn't sleeping very well, so I spent time getting her more water and putting her covers back on. It was an incredibly taxing job, in more ways than one. I should have blindfolded myself. That would have made it easier. Actually, I had my eyes closed almost the entire time, so it wouldn't have made much difference. Not once did I give in to the temptation and open them until my work was done. Time for bed. Just go to sleep. That's all I need to do. I cover my head with the sheets and drive out the invasive thoughts. I close my eyes and my mind goes blank. See? Being this physically tired will help me fall asleep faster. It's red. At sunset, the cityscape seems dyed red. It reminds me of a bench covered in posters. Everything my feet and hands touch makes a warm, squelching sound. I continue down the asphalt road. When I look up, the buildings are dyed crimson. The steep walls seem like giant nails hammered from the sky to the earth. You can't run, the red sun declares, gazing down from the heavens. I walk alone through the streets. Shinto is dead quiet. Maybe everyone's hiding in wait, or perhaps there was never anyone here to begin with. Still, it hurts. The scarlet glow torrents my eyeballs and makes me dizzy. It's too empty out here. Am I the only one who missed some mass evacuation order? That would explain all the red. I should go home. It's waiting for me. Is that Tasaka? Even from afar, I can tell it's her. Hey, Tasaka. She ignores me. She walks, her swaying hair long enough to touch the ground. If she's wearing her uniform, then she must be on her way to school. I run after her. Tasaka doesn't notice me. The gap between us doesn't shrink at all. She keeps walking while I keep running. I gradually fall even further behind. By the way, Tasaka isn't walking at a particularly brisk pace. I'm running enough to breathe a little heavily, but she's still faster. The long-haired girl enters the school, like a fluttering butterfly. By the way, there's no one on campus. It's empty, unoccupied. A red-lit landscape is like a well-made candied diorama. If the twilight glow grows any stronger, it'll melt them beyond recognition. By the way, I hear a girl laughing. Two young girls smile and play with each other. I see a vision of two beautiful sisters, so perfect for each other they might as well be twins. I open the door and enter the classroom. By the way, Why was they following her for no reason? It doesn't surprise me, nor do I feel any guilt. The two of them embrace each other like lovers. It's enough to make me doubt that they're both girls. Against this crimson backdrop, what they're doing only seems proper. But if there's one thing I'm curious about, it's that Mitsuzuri's arms hang limply at her side, like those of a corpse. I was wrong. That isn't a hug. It's a meal. The praying mantis feeds on the butterfly. It giddily drains its prey of life. Mitsuzuri is like a wax model. With each second, her vitality is drained away. Tasaka's eyes are warm and whimsical. Her face approaches Mitsuzuri's neck. She exposes Mitsuzuri's defenseless, pale throat. Then Tasaka's lips. No, her teeth. The wax model's chest arches in tension. I try to go over and help her, but I may as well be wading through a swamp. I'll never make it in time. I simply watch as Tasaka purrs while she drinks, as Mitsuzuri goes weak to the knees. She licks her fingers. Her wet tongue seductively slivers around her fingers. It's too alluring. I feel like I'm drowning in the thick air around her. Tasaka giggles, licking her fingers. The wet sound tickles my ears.
よかった。来てくれたのね、エミヤ君。
Her voice sounds so sticky and expectant. I'm so dizzy, it's like I'm inside a kaleidoscope. My mind is paralyzed, to say nothing of my limbs. Though I should mention, I've long since lost control over my body.
どうしたの？私のことが怖い？エミヤ君。
I can't even move my head to respond. Her smile is irresistibly bewitching, yet so terrifying. I feel like I'll be caught and killed. I'm a winged insect caught in a spider's web. I can neither fly or fight nor flee.
美味しかったわ、綾子は。
So she was eating after all. But still, why Mitsuzuri?
だってあなたを待つ間我慢できなかったんだもの。
Delight seeps into her giggles. Tasaka's hands reach out. For some reason, I imagine her slender, supple arms coiling around my body like a snake. Her sweet scent envelops me and dominates my lungs.
次はあなたの番よ。
Tasaka's limbs wrap around me. Her soft, feminine body drowns out my blaring alarm in my head. I feel like I'm crumbling in her presence. She brings her face close enough for our lips to touch. Her wet eyes invite me. Her breath is so thick, I'm going to suffocate in it.
今度はエミヤ君を食べてあげる。
Tasaka's lips touch me, nipping the side of my neck. They're warm and damp. My mind melts like candy under a tender touch. Sharp fangs pierce my skin. Tasaka's biting me. Her teeth sink into my neck, just like with Mitsuzuri. There's no pain. I've heard that spiders anesthetize their prey before killing them. With the numbness also comes ecstasy. Her sucking lips and teeth feel so good, it's like I'm melting. My neck softly melts. Each time Tasaka drains a mouthful out of me, I feel my body turn to candy. My insides are being sucked out and replaced with honey that makes my body melt. It seeps into my bones, muscles, and skin. It floods my throat, and I can't even moan. It flows down from my neck, an unbelievable sensation beguiling me. Tasaka's shoulders tremble in ecstasy as she drinks from my neck. She looks so pleased by the meal of red blood. My consciousness is coated in a messy, overlapping carpet of vertigo. Before I know it, I've stopped breathing, and my blood is being drained before it can even reach my brain. In return, Tasaka's sweet, strong liquid invades my body.
おいしい。
While she nibbles at me, I hear a voice that doesn't belong. The voice numbs my melting brain.
暑いわね、エミヤ君。
She whispers, drinking me dry. A pump empties me out from the inside. In return, pleasure saturates my body, melting and turning it limp.
新鮮な血。息がよくってピチピチして。
I'm at my limit. I have nothing else to give. My arteries are bone dry. I don't think I even have a drop of blood left to spare.
もっとまだ足りない。
She continues drinking. There shouldn't be anything left to drink, but I still hear Tasaka gulping. It's as if my life itself is being converted into blood. It makes sense. Then this meal isn't quite over yet. She keeps drinking and drinking. In the crimson-lit classroom, she drains me without end. My body melts beyond recognition, fading into oblivion as she sucks it all up.
素敵よ、エミヤ君。あなたならこのまま全部もらってあげる。
A woman's voice reverberates in my mind. I wither away, desiccated, while she whispers. That's not terrifying at all. Oh, wait, yes it is. February 5th. Heaven's Feel. Beautiful. Part 1. It's hot. How did this happen? I tucked myself in, closed my eyes, and said goodnight. But next thing I knew, everything was red. It's hot. Mom woke me up before the noise did. It was so bright, even though it was still nighttime. Dad picked me up, then ran down the burning hallway. It's hard to breathe. I heard Mom's voice behind me. She told Dad not to go on his own. He ruffled my hair and told me to wait outside. I nodded and did what he said. It hurts. Outside was the same as inside. Everyone was all red and my eyes hurt. So I closed my eyes and ran, trying to find somewhere that wasn't so hot. When I turned back to look, my house was already gone. Must be punishment for not following directions. My eyes hurt. I cry while I walk. I know I have to go home and wait, but I don't know where home is anymore. I stop covering my face with my hand and look up. I come face to face with it all for the first time. The town is burning in the distance. The fire won't go out. It's too late to change it now. This all happened 10 years ago. The flames burning far away are so distant, not physically, but in time. So hot. My skin hurts. My throat burns with every breath. My body creaks with each movement of life. When I try to run away, my ankles twist, caught on something heavy like shackles. Even as a child, I somehow intuit that the death of everyone around me is dragging my living self down with them. Huh? It's still hot. I claw at my throat, my nails scratching it red. Each breath I suck in inflicts stabbing pain in my burning esophagus. My eyeballs stop working and my brain begins to steam in my skull. Why? It's hot. It's hot. It's so hot. Hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. Huh. I remember. This is hot. Awfully hot. But it's cold. Terribly cold. past the boiling point and back to freezing temperature. My burning blood is already hardened and stopped. Everything I see is backwards. And it's hot. So it's cold. That's why it's so hot and I'm losing my mind. However, what was the curse of it all? Or cause of it all? There was a black sun in the sky. Didn't feel especially strange to me that the sun was out at night, or that it was black. After all, everything was crazy. It felt normal next to everything that was going on. And yet I ran away. I was so scared. Fire around me wasn't scary. Compared to that black shadow, getting burned to death felt only human and only natural. So I ran. I knew that if it caught me, it would take me someplace even scarier. Damn, we were just having nightmares all day. I look up at the sky in a daze. I know it'll rain eventually and slowly lower my upraised hand. I slowly open my eyelids. Not quite fully awake, I stare at the bedroom in a daze. A dream, huh? Still lying on my back, I feel relief. How many years has it been since I woke up from a dream feeling relieved? But it was such a clear dream. I murmur aloud, still feeling the heat from my cheeks. A long time ago, this nightmare used to haunt me and make me cry out at night. It happened 10 years ago. The memories are still fresh back then. Every time I went to sleep, I would find myself wandering in that inferno. I never imagined I'd forget about it, especially when I was in a dream. When I fell asleep, it would all become real again. The sky that day, the burnt odor in the air, the inescapable wall of fire. Even now, I think that hasn't changed. But it isn't as raw anymore. With time, wounds heal and memories dull. Over the last few years, all I really see was a dream. When I dream about the fire is color red. Why would it come back again in vivid detail, even down to the smell of ash in the air, after all this time? And what was that? I don't know what that thing was, nor do I remember it. In fact, I didn't even see it. Ugh, I want to throw up. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. A circuit breaker flips in my mind and tells me not to think about any of it further. I should get up, wash my face. I'm drenched in sweat because of the nightmare. I don't want my sheets to soak it up and get all gross, plus my brain is in a fog. Wait, what? My arms feel sluggish. In fact, I can't put any strength into them, and I can't even get up. Wait, what the hell? Damn it, even talking is a challenge. I slowly bring my hand to my face and realize it's pretty warm. Wow, did I catch a cold too? That's a surprise. This is the first time I've ever caught a cold. I've lost count of the number of times I've been battered and bruised, but I've never gotten a common cold before. Maybe that's why I had a dream. I'm burning up, so I was burning in my dreams too. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't think straight, so it's little wonder I'd have a dream or two. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, what am I lying around for? Huh? Wait, why? How? I frantically sit up. Then I check under the covers. It is hardly the time to be worrying about feeling sluggish or tired. If anything happened, then I would need to run to the bathroom in the morning and destroy the evidence. My first priority is to purify myself, then exercise my right to silence. To be frank, Shiro stock in the Emiya household is a free fall. Oh, it wasn't that bad. Thank God. My entire body is drenched in sweat, but there isn't really anything else off about it. That was a dream, right? Yeah. It was that kind of dream. There's no way I went to school while I was asleep. And I've never done anything like that crazy with Tasaka. My subconscious went there all on its own. After all, I'm still in my clothes and I was wearing when I went to bed. And Saber's been in the room next door the entire time. Yeah, Saber would have noticed if I went outside. I sigh in palpable relief. At once, the tension drains from my body and I dramatically fall back on the floor.
シロ、どうしました？ 今音がしたようですが。
I hear Saber's voice behind the sliding door. See? Even that was enough to get her attention. So it had to be a dream. Yep, a dream. It was absolutely positively a dream. If it wasn't, then I don't know how I'll look to Sokka in the eye ever again.
シロ、
Hey, good morning, Saber.
どうしたのですシロ。横になったまま挨拶をするなどあなたらしくもない。
Oh, I just woke up in a state I didn't expect. Saber looks puzzled. Now, I'm thanking my lucky stars that it was only a dream, but now I have to confront a different trial. I feel slow and I can't even stand up, so how am I supposed to make breakfast?
37度6分。シローが風邪ひくなんて珍しいわね。
She casually gives me my diagnosis, thermometer in one hand. I already figured that was the case, so it didn't come as a surprise, but a cold would make me feel this heavy, huh?
それで痛いとこは他にある？喉が痛いとか頭痛いとか。
No, not really. My body just feels all heavy and hot. Is that weird?
痛いところがないんならその方がいいかな。あ、けどシローは我慢しちゃう子だから気づいてないだけかもしれないか。念のため他の薬も用意しとく。
Fujine takes some cold medicine and cough drops out of her first aid box. She's an old hand at patching up lacerations and the like, but it looks like she isn't used to treating illnesses like this. Thanks, Fujine, and sorry. I don't think I can make breakfast.
バカなこと言ってないの。シローと朝ごはんどっちが大切だと思ってんのよ。セイバーちゃんが呼んでくれたからよかったものの、いつも通りご飯作ってたら本当に雷落としたんだから。
She growls in sincere anger. She's right, obviously.
それとご飯なら心配いらないからね。さくらちゃんがおかゆ作ってくれたからお腹が減ったら食べなさい。
Huh? Sakura made porridge? She must be feeling better then. Sakura, are you doing okay? You seemed even worse shape than me yesterday.
はい、ちゃんと熱は引きましたから心配はいりません。夜も怖くなかったしぐっすり眠れちゃいました。これも先輩が見てくれたおかげです。
Oh, that's good. I thought it would take longer, but I'm relieved that it took her only a night to recover.
そっか、忘れてた。昨日はさくらちゃんが風邪ひいてたんだっけ。
Huh? Yeah, so? I don't like the look on your face, so stop whatever you're about to say.
もしかしてシロー、さくらちゃんの風邪がうつるような真似しちゃったの？
What? Why would I do that?
あれ？わからない？さくらちゃんの熱は下がってるんでしょ？ならシローがなんかしたんじゃないの？昔から風邪は人にうつすと治るって言うし。
I look at Sakura, not understanding. Oh. I finally realized what Fujine's running her mouth off about. You idiot! I only went over to take her temperature and give her medicine. You're not allowed to make any more of these jokes. It's rude to Sakura. I feel myself blushing furiously. I imagine my 37-degree fever just climbed to 38.
なんてね、わかってるわよそんなの。シローにはそんな解消ないもんね。
That kind of annoys me too, but it's fine as long as that's cleared up.
よしよし。それじゃ欠席届は出しとくから、今日はゆっくり休んでること。セイバーちゃん、シローをよろしくね。この子ほっとくと何でもしちゃうから、布団に縛り付けておいて。
元よりそのつもりです。シロが起き出さぬよう監視をし、食事を与えればいいのですね。
うわ、なんか物騒な言い回しだけど間違ってないからいっか。セイバーちゃん、その通りにお願い。
Saber nods. Is it just me or did I get a vague feeling of danger?
じゃあセイバーちゃんの言うことちゃんと聞いて、私たちが帰ってくるまでおとなしくしてるのよ。 夕ご飯は精のつくもの買ってきてあげるから、それまでに体を治しておくこと。
Fujine nods with a smile at an impossible mission she's giving me. Behind her, Sakura looks downcast. She looks like she wanted to say something that's weighing on her mind.
行ってきます。お土産期待しててね。
Fujine waves goodbye and leaves for work. Phew. I see Fujine off and then head back to bed. All I did was go from the bedroom to the porch, but the effort made me so short of breath I collapsed right back into bed. My fever isn't that high, but evidently I'm physically exhausted. Fujine's right. I won't be able to do much until I recover my strength in bed. Then, Sakura comes to my room, even though it's already past 7:30. Sakura, it's already 7:30. Shouldn't you leave before you're late for school? Sakura awkwardly avoids meeting my gaze. Just as I notice she's not making the same expression as earlier when she looked like she wanted to say something.
先輩、私ここに残っちゃいけませんか?
She looks up and asks me a question. She means staying home from school, right? Oh, do you still have a fever?
いえ、熱はもう引いてます。ただ、その...
She hesitates like it's hard to say. She does still look pale, and it isn't reasonable to expect her to fully recover overnight after how bad she looked yesterday. Right, you had a cold too, but are you sure? You don't need to get your absence excused?
はい。ズルしちゃおうかなって。
How naughty. She means skipping class by pretending to be sick? Lying. You actually have a cold, so it isn't lying. If you have a fever, you should sleep in your room.
ですから、私の体はいいんです。
I understand even less now. What's Sakura trying to say?
そのですね、先輩が風邪をひいたのって私のせいだと思うんです。
Hey, don't just take what Fujine says at face value. That's not what happened. I've been going out for late night walks lately, so it's my own fault.
それでもいいです。その、私は元気で、昨日のお礼というか、先輩の看病がしたいので、ズルしちゃいたいんです。
Apparently, Sakura feels responsible for my illness. If I'm being honest, I would feel better having her around. Saber needs to sleep, and it would be easier for me if Sakura could prepare the medicine.
先輩?
Okay, then I'm counting on you, Sakura.
そうですよね。先輩にはセイバーさんがいるし、私が残っても何も。って先輩?
I'm asking you to take care of me.
私ですよね。
Yeah, Saber's still jet lagged, so she sleeps during the day. I know it's pathetic of me to ask, but I'd appreciate it if you could make lunch today.
はい。私、精一杯頑張りますね、先輩。
Sakura's expression transformed into a sunny smile, her earlier nervousness gone. Yeah, a smile looks better on her face. Time passes. It's now 10 a.m. I feel much better since eating Sakura's porridge. The sluggishness I felt this morning is gone. It doesn't impede my movement, and I think I could go to school if I wanted. However, I wonder if this wasn't a cold after all, but maybe the result of serious malnutrition. Just as I make to get out of bed...
ダメです。先輩、熱が下がるまで絶対安静ですからね。
Sakura rushes over and pushes me down. Phew. And Sakura seems so enthusiastic she made me breakfast. And I feel pretty slow, so I decided to stay lying down. After feeding me Okayu. Okayu? Okyu? I'm just gonna go with Okyu. She leaves, saying she has something else to do. Saber's resting in the living room. She was kneeling in a corner of my room until just earlier, but it was making me nervous. So I asked her to move to the living room. She protested naturally, but I convinced her to take up a different guard post just for today.
失礼します。お体の調子はどうですか、先輩?
A lot better, thanks to you. I still feel slow, but my fever's coming down.
よかった。それじゃあもうお薬はいりませんね。あとは美味しいものを食べてゆっくり休んでいれば安心です。
Sakura goes into the room next door and brings out a new futon. What are you doing, Sakura?
何って新しいお布団ですよ。先輩はずっと汗をかいてたんですから、そろそろ変えないといけないかなって。
She lays out the futon next to mine, patting it flat in a practice motion. To my surprise, there isn't any dust at all.
はい、用意できました。どうぞ先輩、こちらに移ってください。あ、その前に着替えですね。私はお布団を干してきますから、新しい寝巻きに着替えておいてください。
After the futon, Sakura brings out a stack of clean sleepwear. Such flawless nursing. This goes beyond mere experience or thoughtfulness. It's a genetic skill. It's got to be baked into your DNA.
先輩、何か言いました？
It's inappropriate, I know, but I'm glad you stayed home from school today. It's like I'm seeing a brand new side of you, to be honest.
当然ですよ。もうじき1年半ですからね。先輩のお家のことはちゃんと分かっているんです。
Sakura proudly puffs out her chest. Her confidence and positivity feels infectious. Alright. Then take care of the bed and I'll be a good patient and follow orders.
はい、任せてください。布団を干し終わったらリンゴ剥いてきますから、期待して待っていてくださいね。
Ringo! Let's go. Sakura goes to the hallway, carrying the futon I've been sleeping in. Wow, she took everything with her. Impressed by her high spirits, I changed into pajamas she brought me. Now then, I dry myself off with a towel, change into clean pajamas, and obediently get back into bed to wait for Sakura. How long is this all taking, I wonder? Sakura peels me an apple as promised. I enjoy snacking on it, and...
もう無理は禁物ですよ、先輩。
She scolds me, even though I feel better now, so I lie back down. So Saber helped you?
はい、何もしていないのも疲れるからって。おかげで客間のお掃除もできて助かりました。
Huh. I'd like to see Saber wringing out some washcloths. So she pushed a washcloth up and down the hallway?
はい、二人で一緒に頑張りました。セイバーさん、これはこれで参考になるなんてこと言ってましたけど。
Sakura smiles, looking slightly troubled. She might have gotten used to Saber, but she still seems to be getting used to dealing with her. Okay, anyway, good work. But don't work too hard. You're still recovering too. It's already a lot of effort just to take care of me, so you don't need to worry about cleaning too.
そんなことありません。ここで朝を過ごして夕方もご飯を食べさせてもらっているんです。ならお掃除をするのは当然ですよ。私だってこの家の一員なんですから。
Sakura mumbles under her breath, not wanting to sound rude by wishing it was true. That's right. You, Fujine, and me, we're like family.
先輩。
Sorry to keep you at a distance. If you're family, then it's only normal for us to take care of one another. I know I'd look after you too if you collapsed, no matter how awkward it makes you feel. So I'm only one being silly for trying not to impose. I apologize. The conversation stops. after a moment's surprise during which Sakura held her breath.
はい、分かってもらえたのならいいです。先輩はちょっと人のことを大切にしすぎだと思います。
She smiles happily and straightens out my sheets for me. It made me realize something finally. How beautiful this house is. The reason we've been tending to the unused rooms without even really thinking about it. How lively and lived in it feels. Just like when my old man was still around. My underclassmen at school, my friend's little sister. That's what Sakura was to me when we first met. But she's been protecting this home even more than I have. For the last year and a half, the days were truly peaceful. I took it for granted so much that I never noticed. Sakura brought me and Fujine something we never could have obtained on our own. Absently, I looked up at Sakura. Maybe it's because I still have a slight fever, or because Sakura looks so happy taking care of me. When I see her smile, it warms me up inside and makes me sleepy. I'm pretty sleepy. It feels nice. I feel bad for sleeping until lunchtime, but for now, I think I'll close my eyes and...
けど先輩、私は先輩のそういうところが大好きです。
Eh? I think she just said something that would send my heart aflutter. Sakura?
先輩、起きてたんですか?
Sakura backs away from me in a panic. If she reacts like that, it'll only make me blush. In fact, I'm worried I'm going to spike another fever. Sakura?
何も言ってません。私、何も言ってませんから。顔を覗き込んだのはですね。熱、そう、熱を測ろうって思ったんです。
She hastily takes out the thermometer and looms over me.
先輩、体温計です。熱を測りますから、加えてください。
The thermometer inches threateningly towards me, its holder losing her composure. I feel something squishy. It only brushed me, but it was Sakura's chest. My brain reaches its boiling point. Sanity begins to crack under the strain of forbidden memories bringing back to my mind, and the sensation of an all too real female. Whoa. Wait, Sakura, time out. I make a last-ditch effort to roll out of bed. My body slides out of the futon, and my first priority is to get away from those away from Sakura. This is peak writing. This is optimal writing here. Like this is where we're going, folks.
先輩、お熱を測りたいんですけど。
I'm fine. I can do it myself. So stop right there.
先輩がそういうのでしたらいいですけど。はい、それじゃあ体温計。
No. Not right now. Just give me a minute to calm down. If you get any closer, it'll remind me of last night's dream and I'll die. I make a stop sign gesture and my face beat red. But...
昨日の夢ですか?
I must be acting really weird because Sakura suddenly gives me a dubious look. I had a bad nightmare. I'm trying not to think about it, so I need you to stay over there. Just saying, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who lacks training.
はあ、修行不足ですか?
Sakura watches me vacantly. Anyone would after hearing something like that.
先輩、その夢、一体どんな夢だったんですか?
Ugh. Like hell I can answer that. It was no big deal, just a bad dream.
先輩?
Sakura's eyes become concerned. I can't lie to her, but I also can't tell her the truth. So Fuck. Okay, I hope the I won't lie is literally just avoiding saying the specific thing that I shouldn't be saying. Like, that's what I'm hoping. I won't lie. There's no helping it now. I tell her the facts about giving too much, without giving away too much. Yeah, there we go.
先輩、誰が出てきたんですか？
Well, the only one there was Tasaka. She immediately lures me into spilling the beans.
そうですか。そういえば、この前ここに来たんでしたっけ？どう
This
して
is
先輩
probably where I should have lied. But I hate, like, that sort of option. Because it's like, it never ends well, usually. In this case, it's probably going to be like, yeah, you probably should have lied. Yeah, she gave me some first aid and left right after.
わかりました。それじゃあ体温計、
Yeah, see, now she's
ここ
pissed.
に置いていきますね。
This was my mistake. I'm probably dead. Sakura sets the thermometer down on the floor and walks to the bedroom door with heavy steps.
お昼の支度がありますから。失礼します。支度が済んだら呼びに来ますから、それまで休んでいてください。
I am very dead. She shuts the door with a soft thud. The sound of her departing footsteps feel colder than usual.
ごちそうさまでした。
Thanks for the meal. We mutually thank our cook.
お粗末様でした。先輩もセイバーさんも綺麗に食べてくれましたね。
Sakura starts cleaning up. On the dining table, we are a clay pot, 3 bowls, and all the garnishes you would need for an udon. Oh, let me clean up. My fever's better, so it's the least I can do.
そうですか。それじゃあ体力検査ということでお願いしちゃいますね。洗い物は私がやりますから、先輩は食器運びとテーブル周りの後片付けをやっちゃってください。
Sakura puts on her apron and moves to the kitchen. I bring the clay pot and bowls over, then...
シロ、体は大丈夫なのですか？熱は下がったと聞きましたが、顔色はまだ悪いではないですか？
Huh? Am I still pale?
いいえ、青いというのではなく悪いのです。マスター、魔術師にとって生命線ともいえる魔力が不足している。昨夜の戦闘ではシロに負担をかけた覚えはありませんが、あの境内そのものに魔力を吸い上げる仕掛けがあったのかもしれません。
Now that she mentions it, Ryuta Temple did feel off somehow. All the people inside were weakened, so maybe Caster set up a bounded field to drain life energy on human side. I'm feeling better now, so it's no problem. My magical energy will come back if I get nutrition. My energy capacity isn't much to sneeze at anyway, so I'm sure it'll fill back up once I eat dinner.
当事者であるあなたがそう言うのなら、これ以上追求しませんが。まったく、さくらの言う通りです。シロはどうも自分のことをないがしろにしている節がある。
Saber stacks the 3 bowls while saying it.
さくらに渡せばいいのですね。そちらの鍋も私が運びますから、シロはテーブルを拭いていてください。
She heads to the kitchen without waiting for my reply.
さくら、食器はここに。
あれ、セイバーさん。あ、はい。洗い物はそこに置いといてください。
なるほど。それとさくら、先ほどの昼食は美味でした。朝に続いて感謝します。
私なんてまだまだです。おかゆとおうどんは先輩の独壇場ですからね。
I hear cheerful conversation from the kitchen. Hey, those two get along pretty well after all. Maybe they hit it off when they were cleaning up after breakfast. Anyway, it's good to see them getting along. Guess I'll make some afternoon tea then. I place a small teapot and tea leaves on the table. It's almost 1 o'clock. It's the perfect time for an after-lunch break. Okay, there is something I want to do first. I want to load this back up. There's a time and a place for complete honesty. Just thinking back to the dream was enough to make me blush, and if I ever described it out loud, I'm pretty sure I'd pass out from the ensuing fever.
先輩、誰が出てきたんですか？
Nobody really? You know, people forget dreams as soon as they wake up. It's not like I still remember everything.
そうなんですか？なら覚えてる範囲でいいですから知りたいです。
You. She suddenly gets more aggressive, closing in on me after I've retreated from my futon. Hey, please don't get any closer, I'm begging you. This topic is off limits. I wave my hands in the air frantically and roll on the ground. Damn it, I really do need to train more. Until now, I've always managed to not be too conscious of her, but thanks to my damn dream, every single move Sakura makes is setting me off. Please, leave me alone for a while. Shouldn't you listen to what a sick person asks for? I take a position in the corner of the room and entreat Sakura.
わかりました。無理には聞きません。
Okay, this is a better result. I'm happier with this.
本当は聞きたいですけど、これ以上無理させたら熱が上がっちゃいますから。
This I'm fine with. She retreats in disappointment. Sorry, but thanks for being considerate. I eagerly return to bed.
それじゃあ先輩、お昼の支度がありますから失礼します。支度が済んだら呼びに来ますから、それまで安静にしててくださいね。
Oh, right, thanks.
はい。おかしなこと聞いてすみませんでした。お昼はあったかいおうどんにしますね。
Okay. She shuts the door with a soft thud. Sakura leaves me in her usual gentle smile and heads off to the living room. Okay, this is a better result. I'm going to stick with this one. We're going to skip the scene. We're going to go back here. I'm going to make a new save. I know. Relax. I just know if I do the other one, I'm probably dead. Going out shopping is going to piss both of them. Wait. Shoot, Ilya's there. Alright, let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. I have returned. As was intended. Alright, cool. I think I'm gonna go out shopping. Oh, come to think of it, I forgot all about the confusion this morning. I have a promise to keep to Ilya. Okay, it wasn't exactly a promise, but I'm the one who asked if I could see her again, so it would really be rude to not wait for her at the park. Saber and Soccer are getting along just fine doing the dishes. If I tell them I'm stepping out, they'll either stop me or try to come with me. It's better if I go meet Ilya alone. I'm sorry to Saber and Sakura, but I'll just leave a note and sneak out. Phew. Somehow I left without them noticing. I did leave a good note saying picking up food for dinner back in an hour, so they shouldn't be too surprised. Guess Ilya isn't here. There's nobody at the park. The small park surrounded by apartment buildings feels forlorn, so chilly it feels as though it could be thoroughly covered in snow soon. Well, I wouldn't know what to talk about even if she was here. I sit down on a bench. I set the plastic bag I'm holding on the ground and look up at the overcast sky. Looks like a small souvenir I bought them from the shopping district was a waste. I absently gaze up at the clouds. Maybe it's because of all the buildings around. From here, the sky looks boxed off and more distant than usual. It's cold. My breath mist white. The cold, dry air is freezing, and I wouldn't be surprised if it started snowing. Guess I'll go home then. I pick up the plastic bag and stand up from the bench. It's after 2 p.m. If I don't get back soon, they'll know I was lying. Huh? Uh-oh, am I gonna die anyway? My legs freeze. I can't move them, no matter how hard I try. They just stay in place. The world distorts. No, that's not what's happening. My vision is broken. My eyeballs sink into my skull, and I lose any sense of distance from my surroundings. Ugh. I finally realize that I'm in the worst possible situation. It's like my insides have turned to stone. My nerves are severed, and my vision feels cut off from the world. It's looking like looking at the world through a camera. I've become a protagonist of a video game controlled by a joystick, and it makes me feel sick. Saber. I'm going to be killed. Was it a mistake to go out on my own? Is this how I go out, unable to resist, not even know who did it? The fuck did you do to me? So this little prankster has been toying with me. Ow. She pops out from behind me. Ilya smiles smugly, as if she's been here the whole time at the park, watching me from behind. She lectures me haughtily. Of course, the joke goes over my head. Ilya, what was that for? Even if we're both masters, sneak attacks aren't fair. You're right next to me? Ilya scolds me in exasperation. Oh, okay, I see. It makes her feel like a teacher, and I end up nodding obediently.
体の中空っぽだし、その割にはセイバーも連れてないし、休むんなら家で休んだ方が安全でしょ？
Huh? No, I didn't come to the park to rest. Though, yeah, I was careless to not bring Saber.
でしょ？あんまり様子が変だから放っておけなかったんだ。私から話しかけていいのは昨日でおしまいだったからダメだったんだけど、今日は特別。
Hmm? Ilya says something strange. After all, I'm only here because...
それで、どうしてこんなところで座ってたの？私がマスターとして来てたら、シロは今頃死んじゃってるよ。
I just came by to see you, Ilya. Yesterday, you were the one who said we could see each other again. She's surprised. It's not like we promised to meet, so that's to be expected.
なんで？私、シロを殺すんだって言ったのに、シロは私に会いに来たの？
That's your business, not mine. I want to talk about Ilya, who isn't a master, and Ilya had a chance to kill me, and she didn't. If she'd let the curse keep going, I probably would be dead. But she didn't let that happen, so I don't want to fight her. Masters aren't supposed to fight in broad daylight anyway. So let's forget about that for now. I'm just here to see you, Ilya. Would you rather talk to me or kill me?
そんなの言われても困る。私、どっちもいっぱいだもの。シロと話せるのは楽しいけど、やっぱり許してなんてあげないんだから、どっちかを取るなんてできない。
There is more to the Ilya story. I don't know if they're going to bring it up, but if they never bring it up, I'm going to bring it up. It'll be after, like, everything's over, though. Ilya mumbles, looking downcast. Her expression is so sincere, it looks more like she's suffering rather than indecisive. Alright, then you can pick either one. I won't tell you what to do.
けど、私...
Yeah, I know. Since we're here anyway, let's talk. I brought you a gift, so we can fight next time. I take a paper bag of taiyaki out of the plastic bag. It cooled while I was waiting for Ilya, but it's still faintly warm. Your present. I hope you'll let me off the hook today. I push the taiyaki into her hands. Ilya hesitates, but still takes the taiyaki without saying anything. She gives me a small nod. I don't really remember what we talked about after that. Foods we like and dislike. She likes birds and dislikes cats. She likes snow but doesn't like the cold. She wants to play but can't. She doesn't like nagging maid who keeps an eye on her, but could come to like her. Just silly stuff like that. Ilya seems happy just to have someone to talk to. She stuffs her cheeks with barely warm taiyaki and kicks her feet while sitting on the bench. It brings to mind the image of a daughter waiting for her father to come home. Wow, so you didn't come here by yourself?
ええ、セラとリーゼリットと一緒。私にはお目付け役なんていらないけど、身の回りの世話をする人は必要でしょ。
Ilya brought her 2 maids all the way to Japan. I understand that much, but is she having them stay in a hotel with her?
気になる？私がどこに住んでるか。
Okay, so this did need to happen because I didn't know where she would live. Technically, somebody could point me in the right direction, but, like, this plot point needs to happen. Yeah, I am. You always show up out of nowhere. I wouldn't know where to find you if I needed to. Although she is a master, so protecting her where she lives is probably a good idea. If Ilya ever gets hurt or calls for help, I won't know where to find her. If she could at least tell me an address, then I'd feel a bit better about it, but...
いいわ。シロは特別。そんなに知りたいなら教えてあげる。
She agrees. Ilya lightly gets up from the bench and puts her hand on my forehead. Whoa, wait, Ilya.
いいから黙って。あんまり抵抗すると違うものに入っちゃうんだから。 そうなったら元に戻すの大変でしょ。
Oh, okay. I reflexively nod at her stern tone.
いい子ね。じゃあ目を閉じて。あとあんまりキョロキョロ周りを見ちゃダメよ。いくら映すって言っても他人の視点なんだから、シローがここにいる限り乗り物酔いをしかねないわ。
Ilya suddenly presses her forehead against mine. I close my eyes in surprise. Suddenly. My field of view accelerates at extreme speed, then expands. No, it's my consciousness that expands. I find myself looking at a scene I've never seen, peering down from someplace up high.
どう？見える？今シローの視覚だけを私の森につなげたんだけど。
Ilya's voice echoes. I can't answer or nod. Right now I can only sense my vision. I am only my sense of vision. I'm a tree looking out over a vast forest. I can't move my body, because I've just been transformed into a silent tree.
日常は覚えた？それじゃあ次は城の壁に移すわね。
The image changes. I'm cut off from my body, but my vision still works. I'm still me, but I can't feel myself. After the tree comes a wall. I can feel my arms and legs, but I don't have any limbs to move. I feel like I have a body I can move, but I don't feel free to move.
リーゼリット、イリアスフィール様の姿が見当たりませんが、心当たりはありますか？
This is the first introduction of the maids that we've had so far in the game.
さあ、イリアならどこかにいるでしょう。
リーゼリット、お嬢様の名をそのように語るのはおやめなさい。イリアスフィール様は私たちとは違うお方です。
セラはイリアの教育係。私はヘブンズフィールをイリアに着せる役。
そうです。物覚えの悪いあなたでもそれだけは覚えているようですね。
忘れてないけど、イリアあれを着せると嫌がるからあまり着せたくない。
それは私も承知しています。ですが時が来れば嫌でも着ていただかなくてはなりません。私たちはそのために作られた。お嬢様とてすでに覚悟はできているはずです。
セラ、
何ですかリーゼリット。
あなた疲れない？
全く疲れません。
I hear two maids in the same face and outfit talking. As soon as I realize they're the caretakers Ilya mentioned, I finally return to my body.
ご苦労様。どう？ちょっとした変身魔術だったでしょ今の。
Oof. I put my hand over my mouth and fight down the nausea. Everything suddenly became more real, and the image suddenly became my own again, and it makes me feel sick. Ilya, what was that?
意識の転移よ。シローの視覚だけを他のものに移したの。眼球から脳につながる神経があるでしょ。それをね、眼球からじゃなくて違うものから脳につなげたの。さっきの間だけシローの視界は眼球から得られる情報じゃなくて、私の森の木々から見た情報を見てたってこと。
From the trees. So I didn't turn into a tree, but I was receiving a transmission of what a tree saw, making me think that I was the tree.
あら、物分かり悪そうで鋭いのね。ええ、今のはそういうこと。人間っていう機材はそのままにして入力先だけを移し替える魔術。人間を木に変える なんてことは大事だけど、人間の意識だけを木につなげるならまだ魔術の域でしょ。遠見とか憑依はこの魔術の応用ね。
I think I get it, but that's crazy. When I was seeing them from the tree's point of view, I couldn't do anything. Can't you use this transference to attack someone and render them helpless?
ええ、私たちの特性は力の流動、転移だもの。例えば遠坂の魔術師は魔力を宝石に移し替えて、かついつまでも純度を保っていられる。その応用で他人の意識を力技で転移することもできるわ。封じ込めたいって思った敵がいた場合、そいつの意識の入力先を宝石の中とか身動きできない人形の中に変えてしまえば、そいつは無力化する。でも他人の意識にかける転移は成功率が低すぎて、転移を得意とする私や遠坂の魔術師でさえ攻撃になんて使わないかな。さっきシローにかけたのは特別。シローは抵抗しなかったし、あの森は私のだもん。本当はもっとつなげにくいものなんだよ。
So, in order to explain this, because Ilya's magecraft was never really established, but she can basically transfer your mind into other things. As long as, like, you aren't fighting her in any serious way. But what that means is, like, in some of the early bad ends that I got, where she, like, basically slaughtered me in multiple ways and chopped off my head and all that sort of stuff, she could make my head, which at that point was an inanimate object because I was dead at that point, an animate object by holding my consciousness there the whole time. And she could make it a trophy, and then I would just sit there for eternity. Like, that's the whole thing. She could also make you a stuffed animal, a chair, a wall, all of these things.
それに意識が転移先に移っている最中に意識の本体に刺激が与えられれば、意識は強制的に戻ってしまう。たとえ移された意識が本体の危機を察していなくても、肉体が危険を感じて離れている意識を呼び戻すの。さっきのシローだってそうだよ。シローの意識は木をかぶってる間は自分からは何もできなかったけど、シローの体をゆすっただけで体の方がシローを呼び戻した。
So it's like a dream. When I dream, I can't wake up on my own no matter how hard I try. Most of the time, I wake up when morning arrives. In other words, my body's habitual functions wake me up.
ちょっと違うかな。夢からはちゃんと理性で目覚められるし。そんなわけだから転移は攻撃には向いてない。自分にかける自己保身のための魔術なの。
Mind transference.
自分の意識の転移先を使い魔や身動きできる人形にしてしまえば、その体を動かして安全に魔導の探求を行えるでしょ。
Yeah. So you're saying that even if an enemy defeats your remote-controlled robot familiar, your consciousness will just return to your real body.
ええ、意識を転移させるなんてことをする魔術師は本体を絶対安全な場所に隠すものよ。この場合注意すべきは、使い魔の中でも魂のある使い魔への転移の場合ね。ちゃんとした命令系統、理性を持っている者に意識を転移すると、主導権は完全にあっち側、魂のある使い魔の意識に行ってしまうの。だから人間とか動物に意識の転移をしても、私たちはその脳の端っこで彼が見ている映像を一緒に見ているだけになる。リモコンロボットじゃなくカメラでしかないわ。すでに生物として生きている魂のある使い魔に自分の意識を移して支配するのは転移ではなく転生の域の魔術だもの。それはそれで一つの大魔術だから、並大抵の魔術師には真似できないわ。
Right. Reincarnation. Magecraft that lets a child inherit one's soul after a death. Apparently, some mages have achieved it, but recreating the soul is a challenge of its own. One might manage to start life over as a baby, but if one doesn't inherit 100% of the abilities from one's past life, that isn't reincarnation, but mere duplication. It's a replica, an inferior copy. The baby would be inferior to the mage it was reborn from.
転移先を生物にこだわるのなら、心、魂のない使い魔を作ってその殻を操るっていう手もあるわ。ただ現代の魔術師の作れる魂のない使い魔ってあんまり強くないの。中身が綿の人形を遠くから魔力で操ってるだけだもの。そんなの術者のメッセンジャーとしてしか使い道がないわ。それにいくら使い魔や身動きできる人形に意識を移しても本体が老いて死ねば転移させた自分の意識も消えてしまう。術者が不老不死になれるわけではないわ。
Not yet.
物質界において永劫不滅なのは魂だけよ。けど魂を単体でこの世に留めておくことは誰にもできない。魂は肉体がないとこの世にとどまれなくて、肉体を得た時点で肉体の死を宿命づけられてしまう。まあアインツベルンや遠坂には今みたいな魔術が限界だったってこと。
The lecture ends. Suddenly, something rings out, announcing it's time. The clock in the park reads 3 p.m. An entire hour went by before I even knew it.
私そろそろ行かないと。シロも家に帰るの？
Yeah, I better go back soon too, or I'll be in trouble. Ilya nods, then walks in the middle of the park.
本当はこんなこと言っちゃダメなんだけど、シロは明日も会いに来てくれる？
She pauses as if expecting to be rejected. The small white-haired girl asks me. That idiot. Do I even need to answer that? I'll be here tomorrow. Today you told me where you live, so it's my turn next.
それじゃ約束。明日は絶対私から話しかけるからね。
Ilya leaves. The sky is gray. It makes the white-haired girl seem like a fairy. Sakura was pissed. Oh. I'm home.
どこに行っていたのですか、シロ？
どこに行っていたんですか、先輩？
I left a note. Whoa! I scrambled back in a hurry, running backwards to the door.
上ではありません。一人で外に出るなとあれほど言ったではないですか。それもそのように体調が悪い時に私たちの目を盗んで出かけるとは。
セイバーさんの言う通りです。2時に戻ってくるって書き置きだったのに、今何時だか分かっていますか？先輩、2時間もどこで油を売ってたんです。
Hold on, I know. I get why you're mad, just calm down. If they can just take a deep breath, I should be able to explain myself.
分かってなどいません。昨日は学校に向かうというあなたの意見に従いましたが、今回は見逃すわけにはいきません。それほど元気だというのなら結構です。これから夕食までたっぷりと鍛えて差し上げましょう。
Saber brushes Sakura aside and advances on me.
はい、道場の掃除なら済んでいますから気兼ねなく使ってください。セイバーさんの腕前は聞いていますから、先輩もきっとご満足いただけると思います。
Sakura brushes Saber aside and lets me have it. Oof. I can see now that one wrong word will add oil to the fire. Will cast pearls before swine and result in nothing less than Saber calling our contract null and void.
シロ、返事は？
先輩、返事は？
I was wrong? The door to my house spitefully refuses to let me retreat.
それでは早速行きましょうか。さくら、救急箱の用意を。
はい、どうぞ存分にお灸を据えてあげてください。
Two of them go off into the hallway in perfect sync. Damn, am I going to be able to eat dinner tonight? Nevertheless, I don't know what's worse punishments will await me if I don't go along right now. All I can do is drag myself to the dojo as ordered for a thorough education. It's been a few hours since I started training. My sparring with Saber can't be likened to Kendo. To begin with, Saber isn't trained in Kendo, and it seems he has no intention of teaching me swordplay. No, what Saber is literally pounding into me is combat itself. He's getting me used to fighting for my life so that I'll be able to maintain my composure and physical performance in mortal battle against another master. This was Saber's idea, and I'm extremely grateful for the crash course. I won't be able to improve my swordsmanship enough to matter in 1 or 2 days. Shiro Emiya can only rely on the body he's trained until this day. If I can gain enough experience to respond to life or death situation, that'll be the surest weapon of all. Ow. And as you'd expect, the instant I'm distracted by my thoughts, Saber nails me squarely in the chest with a thrust from her shinai.
シロ、射程外に退避したことで気が緩むようでは話になりません。今のあなたの実力では周りの外も内もない。今のように気を緩めるのはこの家にいる時だけにしなければ。
Sorry, did I drop my guard there? I cough up as I get up, rubbing the spots where she stabbed me.
シロは驚くほど鋭い時もあれば呆れるほど隙だらけの時もある。その揺らぎをうまく制御できれば。
Suddenly, Saber looks away. What's wrong, Saber? Did something happen?
いえ、縁側でさくらが手を振っています。どうやらシロを呼んでいるようですが。
For me? I wonder why. Sakura's trying to stop our training because she couldn't bear to watch me getting my butt kicked any longer. When I turned her away, she went back to the living room looking bored. I'm going to the living room for a bit. Is that alright, Saber?
はい。鍛錬を始めて2時間ですから、少し休憩を入れましょう。
Thanks. I'll make us some tea too.
先輩。
I hurry to the living room and see Sakura standing in front of the telephone.
そのお電話です。さっきから待っていますからどうぞ。
Sakura steps away from the phone. A phone call at this hour? Is it Fujine? I pick up the receiver, expecting her to ask me to bring her something she left at home. Let's see. Hello? I've just been handed the phone. This is Emiya speaking.
エミヤですがじゃない。あんた何無断で学校休んでんのよ。
The speaker roars in my ear. Actually, there must be some crazy manchcraft at work to make such a small speaker fill the room with her shouting. Ah, that hurts. My ears ring and my head throbs.
ちょっと聞いてる？エミヤ君、本当に無事なんでしょうね。
I hear you, so lower your voice a little. You're going to burst my eardrums if you do that again.
相変わらずっていうかずれてるっていうか、とにかくその様子じゃ何もなかったみたいね。はあ、心配して損したわ。
Well, sorry about that. Anyway, what do you want? Something must have happened for you to call all of a sudden.
なんかあったのはそっちでしょ。あんた昨日あれだけ忠告したのに竜道寺に行ったでしょ。
How did you know that?
見張り役を置いといたからよ。まあその様子じゃ何もなかったみたいね。学校にいなかったからそのちょっと良くない想像したっていうか。
Ah, you mean you think I got myself killed?
そうよ。ズタズタにされて裏山に埋められたのかと思った。
That's a lot worse than a little mishap. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not exactly fighting fit, but I'll manage. So what do you want, Tasaka? Enough digging for intel on each other. Oh, you want to know about the Master of Ryudo Temple? They already got... No. They were gone by the time we got there. They got betrayed by their own servant, by Castor. And then... I shouldn't say anymore. I've been speaking at a low voice, but Sakura is still behind me. I shouldn't mention anything shocking like people dying. Anyway, there isn't a master or servant at Ryudo Temple anymore. That's what you wanted to ask, right? And I'm hanging up. I'm in the middle of training and I'm sore all over. I end with a later and move to replace the receiver. What now? I thought we were done. Slam, beep, beep, beep. The caller violently hangs up. That's so Tosaka. Gee, she mad that I went yesterday. Now she's telling me to come. There's no pleasing her. I return the phone receiver to its base. I turn around and go back to the living room and it's finished making tea. But Sakura is in my way. Sakura, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Huh? Me? Happy? Is he saying I was happy that Tasaka called? No way, I'm mad actually. Sakura awkwardly avoids meeting my eyes. I'm still confused, but I take the chance to finish making tea for 3. By the time training's over, everything outside has suffused into dark red light. Yeah, I took care of those. Next we'll season the sauce and grill them once that's done. Oh, and I'm going to steam the egg custard, so get the big bowls. Fujine splurged and bought crab yesterday for some reason. With a huff of exertion, Sakura sets the bowl down on the kitchen counter. I put my heart into making dinner as thanks for everyone's help during breakfast and lunch. I'd prefer it if Sakura relaxed in the living room like Saber, but she's stubborn about helping as she always does. In the middle of dinner hustle, the doorbell rings. Sakura is here next to me, so it must be a visitor. Sakura? Sakura goes to the house entrance before I can stop her. Something is making me anxious. I put down the daikon I've been peeling and go back to the front door. Whoever it is keeps ringing the doorbell. The non-stop ding-donging sounds almost manic. Sakura lets the visitor know she's coming and unlocks the door. An instant later... I hear a smooth, melodramatic voice. It clashes with a rude way its owner shoves his way into the house. It all happened in a second. The doorbell rang non-stop. Sakura unlocked the door. Shinji wrenched the door open and stepped inside. Without missing a beat, Shinji grabs Sakura's arm and drags her towards the door, ignoring her dismay. What? I run. By the time I get there, Shinji's already 1 foot out the door. What do you think you're doing, Shinji? You're taking her home?
このうちじゃ妹の迎えに兄貴が来たらおかしいっていうのか？だいたいさ、人の妹をそそのかしてるのはお前じゃないか、エミヤ。まさかそれで僕の弱みを握ろうなって考えているんじゃないだろうね。
I don't know what to say. Did Shinji just...
あ、それとも何かい？いざとなったら大事な妹を盾にして影にこそこそ隠れようってのかい？そりゃまた随分と卑怯な真似をするな、エミヤは。
He actually went there.
あ？何その顔。お前バカじゃねえの？
Shinji.
いいじゃん今の声。いいぜ。この前の続きをやってやるよ、エミヤ。
My hands ball into fists. I can't keep my cool. I'm going to do this for my own sake versus anybody else, but we're going to do it. I can't take this, nor should I. My hands ball into fists. Shinji smirks as if laughing at my anger and tenses.
やめて兄さん、お願いだからここでだけはやめてください。
Sakura's sobbing voice brings me back to my senses. Sakura.
驚いたな。お前が僕にそんな口聞くの、もしかして初めてじゃないか？
Shinji's voice is filled with an amusement like I've never heard from him before. Sakura stares at the ground, slightly trembling.
で、さくらはどうしたい？ここに残るか、魔刀家に帰るか。僕は優しいからね。可愛い妹の意見は尊重するよ。
言うことを聞くから、先輩の前でだけはやめてください。
僕の言うことを聞くんだな、さくら。
Sakura nods wordlessly.
そうか。そこまで言われちゃさくらを連れ戻すのはやめておくよ。僕は寛大な兄貴だからね。妹のやりたいことはさせてやらなきゃな。そうだろ、エミヤ。
Shinji.
そんな怖い顔で見るなよ。さっきのはただの冗談。場の雰囲気に合わせたジョークじゃんか。いつまでも根に持ってると陰湿なやつだと思われるぜ。
Shinji returns to the door.
じゃあな、さくらをよろしく頼むよ、エミヤ。けどさくら、気が向いたらいつでも帰ってきていいんだぞ。
He leaves with a wave. Shinji departs the Emiya house without Sakura. Comes in, demands she goes home, and then says, "All right, come home whatever you like." All right. Good move. Smooth. I resume making dinner. I don't know what to talk about, so I just cut tomatoes and pumpkin. The only sound in the kitchen is the chop chop of a knife on cutting board. It's so awkward.
先輩、ご飯炊けましたよ。藤村先生はまだですけど、そろそろご飯にしちゃいます？
Huh? Yeah, it's a little early, but let's do that.
はい。それじゃあ早速準備しますね。
Sakura moves briskly, helping me as if the earlier confrontation never happened. But it's obvious she's forcing herself to act that way. Sakura's acting calm because she doesn't want me to worry. If that's Sakura's choice, then I can only play along. She's the one who's the most troubled right now. Even if it's a forced smile, I should give her a smile of my own, huh? Sakura? I hear the sound of a bowl dropping and turn. A shattered rice bowl is at Sakura's feet. She suddenly collapses. The strength goes out of her legs and she falls to her knees, then backwards. Sakura! I rush over and support her. A fever? It's bad. I can feel Sakura's fever even through her uniform. Sakura, hey! Get it together!
先輩、私どうしたんですか？
Her voice is listless. Even though she's on the verge of passing out, I can tell she's doing her best to form words. You still haven't gotten over your cold, obviously.
いえ、けどこれぐらい大丈夫ですよ。
You idiot. People don't pass out when they're okay. Damn it, I'm such a fool. How could I have let Sakura work hard all day when I knew she was still sick? Throw in what happened earlier on top of that, and it's no surprise she'd faint from mental and physical stress.
それより先輩、お茶碗割っちゃってごめんなさい。すぐに片付けますか？
I scoop Sakura in my arms.
先輩。
Dinner can wait. I'm going to tuck you into bed. I'll take any complaints once you get better. I walk to the guest house carrying Sakura in my arms. I ignore anything she tries to say along the way. To be honest, I'm in such an intense mood that her words barely register anyway. After a while, Sakura takes the hint and stops protesting by the time we get to the guest room. She looks somber and does as I ask. The fever appears to have worsened, though the rest of her body doesn't feel any warmer. I leave the guest room. Time to change the dinner menu. I need to hurry and make okayu and something to accompany it. It's almost 10 p.m. Dinner is over and it's time to get ready to go out on patrol. Sakura is sleeping in her bedroom. I ate dinner with Saber. Fujine didn't come over. Maybe she's busy.
シロ、そろそろ時間ですが。
Saber wants to head out. Tonight, Will. No, I'm worried for Sakura. I can't leave Sakura alone tonight. My presence alone won't make her any better, but I want to be able to help right away in case she needs it. Sorry, Saber, we're not going out on patrol tonight. I'm worried about Sakura.
わかりました。マスターの指示に従います。
Huh? That's a surprise. I was sure Saber would be against it, but she simply accepted what I said without protest.
勘違いはしないように。体調が優れないのはさくらだけではありません。シロも同様に疲労しているから今夜は休息するのです。
I'm glad we were all on the same page here. Actually, let's look at the flowchart. Yeah! Puggies.
「あなたの魔力は未だ満たされていない。さくら同様、今夜は無理をせず休むことです。
Thanks, Saber.
礼は不要です。私はシロのサーバント。主の体を大事に考えるのは当然です。
With that, Saber sits down in the living room and pours herself a cup of warm water.
で、シロ、理解ある家臣に与える褒美とか、そういったものはないのですか？
Saber asked me a question, her tone adorably mixed with petulance and anticipation. Ah, hang on, Saber. I divined her desire for a midnight snack and assemble a tray of tea and cookies that Fujine bought just for her, grinning wryly all the while. My magic circuit closes. Once the red-hot rod leaves my spine, I sigh in relief. My daily routine, which I've been neglecting lately, goes off without a hitch, to my surprise. Maybe it's thanks to my contract with Saber. I've always had a hard time forming my magic circuit, but it's easy now. Still, it isn't much use if it takes me a whole minute to do it. All I can do is strengthen something into a weapon. If I'm taken by surprise, I'd still be in desperate straits with no way to defend myself. If I could at least shorten it by half to about 30 seconds. Maybe I'll ask Tasaka for advice next time. I bet she knows a more efficient way to create a magic circuit. I don't know what she'll want in return, though, so I can't ask her on just a moment's notice. I hear footsteps on dirt. They're slow and unhurried. It's midnight. The person who comes to the shed letting the moonlight guide her path is...
先輩まだ起きてますか
Sakura. The color of her face looks a little better. But my mind goes blank. Sakura is wearing something I've never seen before. I take incomprehensible damage. They're clothes that Fujine gave her, but seeing Sakura out of her school uniform sends my head spinning.
先輩
Yeah, I'm awake. Are you sure you should be up? It's cold outside.
はい熱はほとんど下がりました気分転換に外に出たらこっちで物音がしたから先輩かなって
Well, make sure you warm yourself up and get some sleep later. Glad to see you're feeling better. I light the stove I just fixed. Good, it turns on. It'll warm us up a little. Come on over. It's cold here, too. But still better than outside. If you want someone to talk to before you go back to bed, I'm here for you.
はいそれじゃあお邪魔しますね先輩
Sakura makes her way towards me with sure steps. I'm glad. She really does look like she's feeling better.
あったかいちゃんと治ったんですねこれ
Somehow, it was so worn out when I first worked on it that I just about gave it up.
そうですねあんなの直すぐらいなら藤姉が真っ二つにしたビデオデッキを直すぞって怒ってましたもん先輩けど結局捨てられずに持ち帰ったんですよね
Well, this piece of junk isn't the only one who doesn't know how to give up. The stove was broken, but once I saw it could be fixed, I just couldn't leave it alone.
先輩一度いたら聞かないから物分かりがいいようですっごく頑固なんですよ気づいてました
I'm stubborn, huh?
頑固ですよそれにすっごく強引なんですさっきだって私の話を全然聞いてくれませんでしたから
Well then, Sakura's in an oddly good mood, even though she's scolding me. Not that I'm unhappy to see her in good spirits again. Sorry, I got a little intense back there, so I wasn't thinking straight.
そうですね先輩私と自分に怒ってて怖い顔してました先輩には迷惑をかけてばかりですけどさっきのは本当に悪いことをしたんだなって反省したんですよ
Sakura is so gentle. She's getting over her illness, but how do I put it? It isn't the usual Sakura that's trying to do her best in front of me. It's like I'm seeing the real Sakura.
それで少し子供の頃を思い出しちゃいました私子供の頃は家にこもってばかりで言いたいことも言えなかった私が本当の気持ちを言わなければみんなうまくいくって思い込んでずっと黙ってたんですけどそれじゃダメですよね私は心配かけたくなくて黙っていたけどそれがもっとお父さんや兄さんを心配させてたんです
Huh? But you only did it because you care about your dad and Shinji, so I'm sure your feelings got through to them. Not everything needs to be said out loud.
そうですね。それで先輩はどうだったんですか？私先輩が子供の頃の話あんまり聞いたことないんです。
Oh, me? It wasn't really any different from my life now. I ran around town during the day, cooked for my old man, and fixed junk here and then at night. Feeling bashful, I scratched my cheek. It's a little embarrassing as a man to admit that my life hasn't changed since childhood.
わあ、街中を走り回ってたんですか？
I was playing patrol. I always wanted to be someone strong who helps the weak. My main battlefield was the park. I recall spending a lot of time there with other kids my age, picking fights with slightly older kids. I vaguely recall one of the kids who was really clever for their age, whom I saw as a devilish nemesis.
なるほど。いじめっ子から街を守ってたんですね。先輩、昔からそういう人だったんだ。
Sakura, when you say that with a smile, it makes me regret everything I've ever done. You're embarrassing me.
恥ずかしくなんかないです。私、子供の頃に先輩と会ってたら、きっと子分にしてもらってました。私みたいな引っ込み思案には、手を取って外に連れ出してくれる人がいないとダメなんです。
My henchman? Actually, I bet Sakura would have trained with me daily if we'd known each other as kids. I can definitely imagine my younger self shouting motivational phrases as if we ran along the riverbed and meditated in our dojo. Anyone watching us would have seen us as boss and minion. And Sakura would have grown up as big and strong under my guidance like this. Or a devil in girl's clothing like this. Ugh. I feel a sudden chill. Thank goodness she turned out so modest and graceful.
先輩。
Sorry, I just spaced out for a second. Don't mind me. I'm just talking to myself.
はい。それはいいんですけど、聞きにくいことを聞いてしまっていいですか？
Sure, what is it?
藤村先生から聞いたんですけど、先輩、エミヤの家に引き取られた養子だって本当ですか？
Why would we lie about that? Didn't I mention it before? Yeah, Kuritsugu adopted me.
先輩、それって、
It isn't really a secret. It's just what it is. Why do you ask?
先輩は気にしてないんですか？知らない家にもらわれて、いっぱい嫌なこととかあったんじゃないんですか？
Fujine must have put the idea into your head. Well, it might have looked that way during the first year, but I don't think it was that bad. There wasn't anything I truly disliked.
じゃあ、楽しかったんですか？先輩は。
This is the first time anyone's ever asked me that. After the fire, my first year with Kuritsugu was a difficult one. Spent mostly recovering from my injuries. After that, I've just been on the move day after day, like I still am now. I followed Kuritsugu's footsteps to learn magecraft. Found meaning in helping as many people as I could, and spent my days roaming the town. Can I truly say I enjoyed that? I've never really had the luxury of considering that question. I'm not sure. I don't know if I can say it was fun. I just wanted to be like my old man.
それは藤村先生が言っていたような正義の味方にですか？
Sakura timidly asks, and I answer, Yeah, is that weird? I feel bashful about it, but I say how I really feel.
いいえ、先輩は間違ってません。まっすぐでかっこいいです。
Her words are calm. Normally, they'd make me so embarrassed that I couldn't look her in the eye, but the sentiment goes straight to my heart, and I feel like thanking her.
じゃあ、もう一つ聞きますね、先輩。もし私が悪い人になったら、 許せませんか？
Huh? I'm taken aback by such a question. But if I consider it seriously, no, Sakura, if you do something bad, then I'll be angry. I think I'd be twice as mad as I'd be at anyone else. I'd probably push everything else from my mind and scold Sakura in that case.
よかった。先輩にならいいです。
Sakura nods in apparent relief. Seeing her smile, I feel like this has happened before.
部屋に戻りますね。おやすみなさい、先輩。
Sakura returns to her bedroom. I watch her leave and get the odd feeling that I'm forgetting something. I go back to my bedroom. I slip into my bed quietly to avoid waking Saber and close my eyes. I remember. Finally, I realize what's been nagging my mind. That's right, it was in the shed back then, too. 2 years ago. No, a year and a half to be exact. It was 2 summers ago. Sakura had come over several times asking to help out around the house. And I turned her down each time. But she wouldn't back down. She showed up here every day, showing more stubbornness than I'd ever known she had. Eventually, I gave in. Her tenacity impressed me, and one day I called her over to the shed and to declare my surrender. You win, Sakura, so I'm giving you this. It was an old key. Kiritsugu used to use it, and had been put away in the shed for years. I handed it over to Sakura. Sakura was shocked and vehemently refused it, saying she didn't deserve to have it. If memory serves, she insisted that she was too much of a stranger to hold on to even a duplicate of the key. Listen, you're not a stranger. You come over to help me every day. Use it to come and go whenever you want. It would help me out a lot. I didn't take no for an answer and pushed it into her hands. That's when I saw it.
はい、ありがとうございます、先輩。大切な人から物をもらったのはこれで2度目です。
Sakura nodded, looking elated. Yeah, so that was it. That's what I was struggling to remember. Sakura always tries her best, and her smile is so always kind and gentle. But I haven't seen her look this content since that summer day. Interlude 6-1. Ryudo Temple. Now a barren place since Castor's demise. The monks who collapsed due to an unknown illness all left the mountain, leaving the temple completely uninhabited. The gates are tightly shut to even residents of the temple, to say nothing of visitors.
ひどい匂いだ。鼻が曲がるどころの話じゃねえな。
A voice echoes in the empty temple grounds. His lithe blue form is illuminated by the moonlight. The muscular body without a gram of excess, and the long scarlet weapon belonged to the servant called Lancer.
おうおう、キャスターがくたばったってのに結界は健在か。いや、醜悪さは以前より5割増し。これに比べればキャスターは上品だったな。
Lancer casually peers out over the temple grounds. He grips his crimson spear. Intelligence gathering and observation are his primary tasks. He isn't happy about it, but orders are orders. It's his policy to follow his lord's commands and deliver the results asked of him. Accordingly, he's skirmished with several servants so far and disengaged each time. Lancer hasn't fought any battles on his own initiative, per his contract with his master. Tonight's scouting mission to Ryudo Temple is no exception, so he shouldn't need a spear. He can conjure his noble phantasm anytime he wishes. One would think it unnecessary to be armed when there's no enemy to fight.
キーキーうるせえこと。 キャスターは風使いと呼んでたんだが、水気の女だったのかね。雲だのカエルだの陰湿な輩が多いが。
He walks to the temple grounds. His manner appears utterly defenseless and unbecoming of a servant. So unguarded is he that on the off chance another servant is lurking nearby, he would surely perish in an ambush.
ああ、頭をすげ替えられたって線もあるな。ここは腐った小虫しかいない。持ち主不在の廃屋に救うのはお前たちの常套手段だ。
Lancer's foul mood doesn't lift. The blue-clad spearman admonishes someone who isn't present.
にしても一匹でかいのがいるな。どこの生まれか知らないが、山奥で獣と暮らしていた面してやがる。おまけになんだこりゃ、砂の匂いか。へっ、大雲かと思えば小汚い砂虫とはな。やだやだ。なんだってこんなしけた野郎の偵察なんかしなきゃならねえのかなった。
He bats aside a silver flash of light. With a single flourish of his spear, Lancer deflects 3 deadly darts from the darkness. The wicked daggers plunge into the ground. They are dirks, short knives made not for slicing, but skewering their unlucky target. Each was hurled with unerring accuracy at Lancer's 2 eyes and windpipe, respectively.
いい腕だ。が、二度とはするなよ、砂虫。挨拶もなしで命を取られるのは趣味じゃねえし、何よりお前にとっちゃ命取りだ。
The muscle blue form faces the darkness. Something faintly shifts in the gloom of the shrine. A skull laughs, its bony facade as white as the moon. The battle commences without preamble. The white skull shrieks in no human tongue as it attacks Lancer, who meets its ambush without so much as twitching an eyebrow. The skull throws dirks on par with Archer's arrows. 30 in total are loosed from the darkness at very close range, and Lancer parries every single one effortlessly. The skull halts. That's strange. No matter how capable a spearman Lancer is, he surely can't have blocked every single one of the skull's daggers, each aimed precisely enough to thread a needle. Moreover, his opponent wields a polearm. The dirks were aimed at the spear's blind angles and should have struck his opponent's vital points. So how could Lancer have defeated every last one? Lancer's demeanor changes. He stops and his merely curious hostility shifts to determined intent to kill the skull.
お前が何者か知らんが、まあその仮面ぐらいは剥がすとするか。
More daggers surge out of the darkness. Just as Lancer is about to advance on the skull, he's intercepted by a frenzied barrage. And that too is thwarted. With only a subtle movement of his spear, Lancer nullifies attacks he shouldn't even be able to see. The skull mask trembles. It doesn't speak, but it gulps down its neck shriek, staring in disbelief at the enemy coming for its head. It aims another dagger for Lancer's throat between a gap in his spear's movements. The skull mask trembles. As Lancer's spear deflects the daggers, it spins in a neat circle in Lancer's hands, arcing up into attacking skull's jaw. Defense and riposte. Both maneuvers executed perfectly simultaneously. The skull has no way of defending itself in mid-fight. The white mask falls. Lancer doesn't press the attack. His orders are merely to observe the enemy. Even if his golden opportunity to execute his opponent, he lacks the authority to make that decision.
言っただろう。俺に飛び道具はうまくないと。忠告を聞かなかったのはそっちの方だぜ。
Lancer reorients his spear towards his enemy, which is hiding its face and calmly watches. A dark body. A right arm contained in bandages. Its face, once concealed by a white skull mask, is now shrouded in darkness and difficult to make out clearly. No. It would be closer to call it featureless, lacking obvious protrusions or depressions.
私の面を見たな、ランサー。
そりゃこれからだ。サーバントには違いないようだしな。どこの英雄かはっきりさせるとするか。
なるほど。余分な縛りがあったのか。道理で殺さないわけ。
The servant retreats, cloaked in shadow. A dirk is clutched in its in its hand, its lethal intent towards Lancer undiminished.
やめとけ。生まれつきでな。目に見えている相手からの飛び道具なんざ通じねえんだよ。よっぽどのものじゃない限り、その距離からの投擲は効かねえぞ。
そうか。流れ屋の加護か。さすがは夏希の英霊。私などとは物が違う。
Shadows sway. The dark servant crouches down low like a spider. Then suddenly flings another dagger while leaping high into the air. If its high leap can be compared to that of a deer, then one might compare its frantic scurrying to that of a spider, snake, or a scorpion. The servant flees, hiding its face. The speed of its flight is on par with Lancer, but Lancer's explosive bursts of agility are without peer. It would be unthinkable for him to need more than a moment to close in on his prey.
確かに喉を狙ったんだが、しぶといな。治ってるってわけじゃねえし、あれはぶっ飛んでやがるな。
Lancer gives chase, his enemy skating on the wet surface like a water strider. His pursuit churns and splits the water in contrast with his target's elegant escape, but the water strider has no hope of outrunning him.
痛みで止まらねえんなら、付け根でも切りつければよかったか。他の連中には通じねえ手だからな。つい後回しにしちまったが。
For a human, the severing of one's limbs or major arteries is a critical injury. A laceration to the aorta, for instance, would cause catastrophic blood loss, leading to certain death in combat. But this logic only applies to conventional battle between mortals. It's unrealistic to expect a servant, a mighty heroic spirit, to die of exsanguination, as they are powered not by blood, but magical energy. Injuring a major blood vessel would only amount to less effective secondary means of harm. It would be a different story if one were to cripple all four limbs, but no servant is so easily immobilized. Any time wasted on less lethal immobilizing wounds could expose the attacker to lethal riposte.
なるほど。だが通覚を殺す手に頼るような英霊に治癒能力などあるまい。次の打ち込みで蹴りをつけるか。
Lancer crosses the body of water like a geysering gust. In 2 seconds, his prey will be in hand. In a flash, he moves to cleave the fleeing water strider from the left hip. Lancer immediately leaps in retreat. The water surface jumps. No, something in it bares its fangs. Dark, thin tendrils chase Lancer into the air. It's as if the water itself attacks him. The spectacle brings to mind ancient horrors lurking in the ocean depths. Lancer has nowhere to run. He strikes the water with a spear and uses every rune he possesses to inscribe a bounded field into the lake bed, but is easily consumed by his pursuer. Dark tentacles surround him, eating up his safe haven second by second. Activated fully in concert, his runes are powerful enough to defend against a greater noble phantasm, but they barely even manage to slow the thing down. Assassin cackles.
どうしたランサー。動かねば飲まれるぞ。
The water strider floats on the water, reveling in the sight. But it too has no exception from the tentacle's hunger. It doesn't dare approach the blackened water for fear of being consumed. It knows that the dark tentacles will instantly shift its attention to any new prey.
だがそうはいかん。お前を仕留めるのは私だ。未だ経験が足りないのでな。お前を打倒し、足りない知能を補わねば。
Light glints off Strider's dagger. It throws its dagger at the immobilized Lancer. Still, it is futile. Even when fully engaged with his bizarre foe, Lancer is immune to projectile attacks.
懲りないやつだ。まあ、強気になるのはわかるんだが。
Lancer observes the tentacles surrounding him. Assassin has lured him a considerable distance from shore. It's 30 meters to the nearest bank. He can easily cross the piddling distance in a single bound.
そこで動かなかったお前の負けだ。様子見も済んだ。ここらで引き上げさせてもらおうか。
Lancer's body sinks, his spear warping. He takes another leap into the air with the aid of his spear, but then an utterly simple, straightforward attack is unleashed. A false heart emerges from Lancer's chest. From an impossible distance, still bobbing on the lake's surface, Assassin gouges out the spearman's chest. It is one of the purest forms of magecraft, the most simplified of curses. A curse arm specialized in cursing humans, passed down through the Middle Eastern magecraft. Assassin's noble phantasm. Zabaniya, delusional heartbeat. It destroys Lancer's heart without fail. The spearman's lifeless body sinks to the dark water. The water dances. It writhes in stimulation, restless, brutal, vulgar. The sight of a caged, starved beast thrown fresh meat would pale before the savagery. Countless dark tentacle-like appendages consume the man-shaped heroic spirit. Floating on the black lake, the faceless servant drinks something red in delight. I know. Stop it. February 6th. Heaven's Feel. Dialogue Lost Loop. So we're going to look at the servant chart. Mm-hmm. And the only true name we have so far is Lancer and Heracles. Alright. I'm going to call it there. I know it's a little bit early, but I've been going for almost 5 hours, and We have lost pretty much every single member of the heroic spirits so far. So Lancer's gone. First Assassin was gone, even though he was never like specifically like mentioned. Caster's gone, and Ryder is gone, if that's to be believed from Shinji, and that was a really weird opening encounter. But yeah, so that's all said and done. I will probably pick this up tomorrow. Get through it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to stream again tonight and like do something else. Not that I have a problem with it, but I just kind of like wanted to like sort of delve into like other stuff. But I think that's fine. So, but again, we got pretty much most of the day tomorrow. Shouldn't be an issue. And then we'll continue on. But Heaven's Feel, we're losing a lot of the heroic spirits pretty quickly. So that'll be interesting. So we'll see how this goes. But anyway, thank you. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.